Dragons in the skies, fire from the boughs, wisdom flowing fast, ancient temples bow, mountains echo tales, ancestors crying loud, heroes of the past, legends worn proud. On golden silk roads, history unfolds, mystics in the night, secrets they hold. Great walls shadow long, warriors in rows, in the courtyard's light, a lotus flower grows. Orchids in the wind, laughter from the light, truth within the sand, sages bathed in might. Tigers leap through time, rivers serpentine, harmony and chaos living by design. Phoenix rise anew, feathers burning blue, forest whisper soft, mind open and true. Scrolls of hidden art, sages they confide, speaking of the jade, time won't divide. Battles lost and won, emperors do reign, people marching on, dreams still remain. Peasant to the king, stories intertwined, every single soul walking a fine line. Orchids in the wind, laughter from the light, truth within the sand, sages bathed in might. Tigers leap through time, rivers serpentine, harmony and chaos living by design.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I am the dust at the feet of God's servants. Only God is special. Welcome back. I am just kind of in between Big Nose's stream and this stream. Yeah, just let them know that I've just uploaded the video called The Big Baby of London. It's just part one. It's part one because the guy is rude, arrogant, conceited, lies all the time, manipulates people, and is just trying to spread fear, hate, and manipulation for his own agenda. The guy is a loose cannon, but the funny thing is, what he does is he'll do what he does, and then 5 minutes later he'll be like, "Oh, matey, we're friends, aren't we? See, look, I don't care. Why do you care?" It's like, bro, yeah, you the one who tried to accuse me of being mentally unstable, not being able to hold a job, and all this other stuff. Well, all I said is you're not consistent with your logic. You know, I'm making a point on what he's saying about him being inconsistent on his logic, and then he comes back to me as a personal attack. And yet, apparently, I have low EQ because I told him to shut the fuck up, because I won't have that. I have boundaries. I don't want people talking to me like that, especially when they're lying out their fucking teeth. But yeah, these guys just don't seem to understand it. They are in a cult at the moment where they are just kind of egging each other on and kind of protecting each other. But I popped onto his chat earlier just to let him know that the video is coming, as promised. And he was like, "Oh, but we're friends, and you're so clever, and he's such a good man. This D-man, he knows what he, you know what I mean? He's trying to butter me up." And I'm like, bro, I'm done with your BS. I am done with your BS. I see through it all. I've seen through it all for a while, but I was hoping I was wrong. I was hoping that what I was seeing was just me fearing that you aren't actually a good person, because I want to have hope in everyone. I want to have that truth, love, compassion, contentment, humility, and hope for everyone. But at this point, it's like, no, do you know what? I need to see you for who you are, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm done pretending and hoping that you're a good guy. Maybe in the future you could change, but at the moment, as you stand, you're not a good person. You don't know what you're talking about. You're lying to people. You're manipulating people in your Islamic way that you've been brainwashed to. You're now trying to brainwash the general public of Britain to follow your cult. I'm going to pop up the invite because I had a message from someone saying that they would like to come up and have a little chat. Maybe they'll tell me I'm wrong and I need to be nicer to Big Nose, or maybe they will agree with me, or maybe it'll be something completely different and we can have a conversation about anything you like. So the link is up if you want to join. Let me just pin that for you as well. Cool. Yeah, so literally all I did was I pulled up one clip. Is like a 2-minute clip that out of like a good hour. The clip starts abruptly with me asking Nose why he's here, like what's his position. If he's here to tell people that they're wrong, what position are you coming from? Because if you're telling someone 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, then you must have an answer. If you are so sure that 2 + 2 does not equal 4 and that I am wrong, what is the correct answer? And this actually all just started with him coming up to me with a camera in my face. I was having a conversation with the new G, Mr. Ollie. AJ Fu, welcome. Come on up if you're ready for that chat, bro. So I was talking to the new G, Oliver, at Speaker's Corner, and as I'm having a conversation with him, that's when Big Nose comes up with a camera in my face and he goes, okay, let's do this. And I'm like, do what? I'm having a conversation here. And then I was like, all right, fine, if you want to do this, let's do this. And then I asked Ollie, new G, to film us for a little while. And he does really nicely. Thank you again for that, new G. And that's the clip I take. I just take a couple of minutes clip and I haven't even broken it down. I broke down one aspect of the whole free will malarkey he started spewing. But as you go further and further into the video, because it ended up being like a half an hour, 45-minute conversation, it just devolves into further ad hominems, attacks, just him just not listening to what I'm saying, but just reacting, because it's not what he expects me to say. He expects me to say what's in his head. This is why I say he's got delusions. He's delusional. He expects me to say something, and when I don't say it, he's no, you can't answer like that. No, you can't do that. I said, bro, it's a conversation. I can say what the fuck I like, how I like. That's what free will is. You know, I have the ability to say what I like, how I like, what's on my mind, and I try and say it as nice as possible so you can understand. But yeah, he just did not get it. He did not get it at all. Oh, we got Mr. J Fu. Let's throw him up. Hey Jay, how you doing, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello. How are you?
I am very good, thanks. How are you getting on?
Good. Continue on. I will listen, and then we can start conversation. Yeah.
I'm pretty much just rambling. I'm just going over history, which I'm going to break down in future videos. I've only just done part 1. I've tried my best not to do any videos on him for the past 8 months. After I gave him that little jab where I made that video about him arguing with himself. After that video, I was like, okay, I hope he learned his lesson and we could keep it chill. But yeah, the other night, I don't know if you saw that stream. You were there, right? Yeah, you were there.
Yeah.
When he started saying, oh, yay or nay to Islam, and because I wouldn't...
Yeah, I remember that. But wait, hold on. Later on, I thought we had a fantastic conversation into the night.
Oh, we did. Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Me, you, Oliver,
Banksy,
yeah, and even Lieutenant. We had great conversations, but Big Nose, he has nothing to contribute other than calling people charlatans, liars, low EQ, and he's just shouting at people. And I just think that you're not helping the situation. You're not actually giving anyone any logical thinking or reasoning. He's not producing anything himself. He's getting all these videos off the internet to explain reasoning and all these other aspects of reasoning because he doesn't understand it. Only someone who understands a subject can teach that subject. If someone's just reading a book to you and just reading what it says verbatim, they don't understand what they're talking about, do they?
Yeah. Now look, there's a difference in age between us.
Between you
and I, between yourself and myself.
Yeah.
And it's good to have all different animals in the jungle, if you know what I mean.
Sure. Yeah. You need a bit.
So there must be somebody like Big Nose as well, and that's why I told you. Like that place is Syria, your place is Hawaii, and even the title of your today's stream, just chilling. Exactly, it's Hawaii. And that's fantastic. You having a smoke is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
so I think
I'm always like I said to him yesterday. I like to be in chill mode. I like to be in peace. I like everyone else to be at peace.
But you see, we need both. We do need both. We need war and peace.
We need war and peace. But I would agree with you there, but we don't need war amongst ourselves. If we are too busy dividing ourselves and the armies are fighting amongst themselves, they're never going to win the war against the enemy, are they?
I hear you. Yeah. So,
So,
here's my question to you.
yeah,
Here's my question to you. Are you going to put that option? So let's say to sponsor your channel, being $1.99, whatever,
Mhm.
and so that way you things can happen for you as well. I don't mind being the first one to
Thank you
to
very
put
much.
that down.
Thank you
You
very much.
know,
I appreciate
yeah,
it. But, it's not something. Well, it's not something I've thought about. I did have a Patreon link where I had it at the bottom of my description. The Patreon link was there. If anyone felt like they wanted to support it, they could. They could support my channel through Patreon. But it was never something that I was really pushing. It wasn't something that I was like, listen, everyone has to do Patreon every week or every month, and you need to give this much, otherwise I'm gonna block you. He's
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Nevertheless, it should be like quite accessible. Like so let's say there's right next to the chat, there's that little button.
Yeah, no, for
It'll
sure.
be nice and easy. Be nice and easy for everyone who wishes to do so. I know you're not going to compel anyone. Oh, don't talk to me unless you're going to subscribe. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Nevertheless, I think it will be a nice addition.
It's something I can't do at the moment because I don't have enough subscribers. But it's not something like I'm chasing after either. Like,
all right,
this isn't for a money-making scheme. This isn't a money-making scheme. This was just purely about trying to give as much information that I've learned on my journey to people, and also to have open conversations so that, when you ask something and I ask something, and then we could come to some kind of understanding where we see it from two different perspectives rather than just holding our own perspective and believing that's 100% true. That was the whole point of me starting this channel. The money thing, don't get me wrong, if I got a little bit of money out of it, which put some money in my pocket, which I could then reinvest, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, but it's not something that it's not a goal. It's not
I know
to tick off.
I know you're not a money person. I know that. What I'm saying, as you said, anything, if it goes your way, in an honest way, there's nothing wrong with it. Exactly. It's a free will of mine, let's say, to give a little support. Anyone else can do the same if they choose to do so. So you're not breaking any moral law or any other law. So it's perfectly fine.
Well, it's not about breaking moral law. It's just purely because, like, I had a friend who was trying to offer me money, and I was like, no, because I know that they've got a family and they've got to take care of their family. And I was like, listen, no, you take care of your family first. Even though I am broke as a joke, even though I have no money and I will be struggling, that's a me problem. You need to focus on your family and make sure that they're set up first. You know what I mean? So even in situations where people are being nice and generous, I will typically refuse it if I can see that they need it more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I understand people are always trying to be nice. I get it. But it's like, no. Don't be nice at the expense of yourself. If you're in a good place,
but sometimes money has to be spent, and might as well just put it in a cause that gives you a little bit of satisfaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, for sure. So,
now, should we dive into some subjects instead of that's a boring stuff.
Oh, I thought that was kind of fun, actually.
No, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Meaning
that Big Baby video. Did you watch the Big Baby video?
Yeah, I did. So I did, and you're not offensive, which is that I'm happy that you're not offensive.
I'm using the same language he uses, calling him a charlatan, low EQ, and illiterate. So I'm using the same language he uses. So if he has an issue with that language being used, then he should stop using that. This is what I said to him just on his stream now. I said to him, listen, I gave you the opportunity to reflect. If you chose not to reflect, that's your choice. But now I'm going to make you reflect. I'm going to show you. I'll break it down and I'll do what I need to do to show you that you're not behaving in a gentlemanly way as you make it out to be. When he's like, oh, look, I'm so chill. Look, I have no problems with you. We're friends. Yeah, you're only friends because you want money or you want people to subscribe to you. The other day, they banned Gossi, Give the Gospel from their channel. And then all of a sudden, the next day, they're running around lieutenant comes into my chat and she's like, "Oh, if you see Gossi, tell her I'm sorry and I want her to come back." And I was like, "What? Okay, maybe they've thought about it and they've reflected and they felt bad." But now I just heard Big Nose say, "Oh, Gossi, she's the biggest contributor. She's done 36 donations for subscriptions." So that's the
Well,
only reason they want her to come back, because she's the cash cow for them.
okay. Now, everybody has long and short-term goals.
Mhm.
I do sincerely believe that Big Nose has an idea in mind, which is not money-oriented. I'm hoping I'm right. But it's not for him to become famous or whatever else, or
Maybe.
Islamic destroyer. But nevertheless, I think he wants to wake people up in a certain way, in his own way.
Mm.
Now, is he always successful? No, like everybody else, we all make mistakes, but this is what makes us human. We do make mistakes.
Yeah,
But nevertheless, I think his long-term goal, I believe, is sincere. And that's why I'm hoping. And in the short terms, yeah, there'll be obstacles, there'll be bumps, and everything else you have to go over. But I don't think that's something that is that terrible.
Hey, Damien. Well, the thing is, if you listen to his early videos when I first met him, literally, whenever I spoke to him, he was like, "Oh, for a fistful of dollars, I'll teach you." And I was like, "Bro, I don't need to be taught by you. I'm good. Thank you very much." And he's constantly coming onto my channel trying to take my viewers away. He's like, "Oh, come over here." If I was like,
yeah, actually, I do remember that part from the speaker's corner. I do remember that.
When I was walking around live streaming, he'd jump in front of the camera and he'd be like, "Oh, don't watch the man. Come over to mine." He's selfish, he's arrogant, and he's ignorant. And as much as I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt, because I've tried, honestly, I understand that every jungle has different types of animals and that they all contribute to the jungle's ecosphere. But you also then go, okay, yeah, but if there's one less cockroach, is it really bad? Is it really bad?
Everything has, that's a perfection of equilibrium. Every single animal matters. You cannot take anything away from the jungle. Everything's going to collapse.
No, for sure. But everything has its time, and I've given him plenty of time to do his thing. And now,
now we're entering that. Now, yes, I agree. Now we're entering the human realm about time.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just going to jump to Damien because I haven't seen him in a while. And did you want to chime in on the subject as well, Damien?
Hi, man. It's lovely to see you.
Hello there.
Hi, Jay. Where's all your hair gone?
It's still here.
Chop it all. Oh, you tied it back. All right.
Yeah. No, you're good.
It looks like you've shaved it all. I've watched a lot of your videos. You know, when you're having a break on your coach trips.
Yes.
When you have your guests, I've watched a lot of those. I'll tell you my big thing. I'll give it Jay Fu a bit of a compliment here. You know, even though he's banned me, I still watch the streams because there is entertainment there, there is value there. Do you know what I mean? It is quite addictive. Do you know what I mean? But when I kind of thought, oh, the stream has changed, where I up the notch for me anyway. It was when Jay Fu came on. When the first time I heard Jay Fu, I kind of thought, oh, Jay Fu, God, he's controversial. He's really challenging the other day. It was just great to listen to.
No, same. I was the same. I was like, Jay Fu's on. I'll click on it. Yeah.
I didn't know who he was before. I'd done a bit of research on him, trying to see his face online because I heard him saying in some videos that he goes to Speaker's Corner and he'd be there with a banner but all his stuff that he had done in Speaker's Corner, he never showed his face, so I never got a chance to see what he looked like. So, but I was very pleased. I thought, oh God, Jay Fu, he's a new energy. He's a forceful energy in there, and he knows his stuff. So yes. I was really pleased for that, you know. But
Damien, I really thank you so much for your kind words. We all should enjoy ourselves, and of course, the more knowledge you have, the better the fun.
And I think they're both intertwined. I mean, there's no reason why we can't learn and you know, acquire knowledge, and it also have a lightness and a fun, which is basically what
absolutely.
And I think one of the big things I learned from you, which I had never heard before, I'd always had an interest in John the Baptist. There was just something about John the Baptist that I always kind of felt gravitated towards. And you were the one that brought up in a stream about John the last prophecy died with John the Baptist. That was the first time I'd heard that was when
Yeah.
you said that. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. So what happens is I hear you say something, and then I'll be on to Chat GPT to go off and do research and checking. What I call it is Hamza's best friend. From Hamza's Den.
Yeah.
He loves Chat GPT. So I'll go off and I'll do a thing like that. So you for me anyway, personally, you brought value. But I have to say, and I think this is where the man is kind of coming from as well, I feel, is I'm disappointed in Nose personally because I just feel it's all about content. It's all about, not even content. It's all about views, and he just is not looking at the bigger picture about the people and the abuse he's putting out to people. And he's so many times, and it's not even about what I want to join. I said to him one time in Speaker's Corner, you may have heard this. I said, no, look, it's my choice. If I don't want to join a membership of your channel because I feel it's very, very right wing, that's one way of putting it. And there's a lot of things I hear I'm not comfortable with. I'm not. I don't want to hear racism. I don't want to hear derogatory people described by derogatory terminology. Do you know what I mean? Like Mohammedans and Abduls. That's just not who I am. Discuss text and different issues in a healthy, respectful way. But don't, once you go down that way. So I was always coming from, and I think Damon knows this, I was always trying to bring it back on a level of, respectful humanitarian level. That's just who I am.
Yeah.
That's just who I am. So because I didn't fit in with their narrative, they got fed up with Damien with this coming in from this other angle, trying to say, "Oh, sorry guys, this is say your point, but you don't have to keep because his famous thing, which we know is charlatan, scum. It's every second word, scum. That's his reaction to everything, scum, charlatan. Even when he's not talking to anybody, when he's just talking about his own videos, it's just his default thing, scum, charlatan, low IQ. And I'm like, oh, for God's sake. But where I kind of started to turn off him was, I gave a reason why I didn't want to join the channel. I said, look, I support you in whatever way. I'm not fully supporting in what you're doing. Do you know what I mean? But I will do, if I think in certain areas, I will do what I can do. So basically, what happened was I gave him a reason as to why I wouldn't join officially the channel. And I think you might have heard this, Jayfu. You would have heard him talking about this. And I said, because no, at some point, there could be a point where your channel could be reported and it could cause a problem. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Right. And somebody you could be investigated, and then it looks
I
like
hear you.
You hear me, right? So
Yeah.
it looks like
Yeah.
I am then a membership. If it's viewed as a right-wing channel,
It becomes like the BNP situation, and then all the supporters of BNP.
The example I was giving him, I was saying it would look like then that I'm a subscriber and I'm a membership of this kind of particular thing who is with that. And I said, look, I could end up in court, and they could say, oh, this gentleman. If I say, for example, I was accused of something or whatever the scenario, and they could say, well, we have Mr. So and so. He's played even though it's only $1.99 a month, is paid for this membership to join this channel, which is this particular narrative. And I thought, sorry, you have to respect people's choices.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's very easy nowadays, especially they could just turn around and say, "Oh, you're funding terrorist activities."
It could go anywhere. We see it. It's all happening now. It's all kicking off now. Demand. We've seen, but you just do a Facebook retweets or do a Facebook thing, especially within all the riots recent, and you go to prison. So you have to really think about what you're doing. So sorry, Demand.
Sorry, I was just saying, and to be honest, you gave him the most valuable thing you could give him. You gave him your time, your energy, and your opinions.
Yes, I did.
That was so much more valuable.
Yeah, but I'm not going to come in a hate stream. I mean, I don't mean that that's the stream is a hate stream, but what I mean is I'm not going to come in on that energy, on that hate
Yeah, the
energy,
hate train. Yeah,
hate train. I'm not on that. That's just
yeah,
how I am. I've been through enough to get me to where I am, where I can kind of still get up. You know, I have a lot going on a personal level. I don't discuss it
yeah.
on the stream, but I still manage to get out and put a smile on my face and not. Thank God, I just don't see. You know, I have very good Muslim friends. I live in a Muslim area, and when I brought that up on the stream, you know, at near the beginning times, that was turned against me, and then it was used about when my location was advertised, etc. You know,
Ooh.
they started to do stuff like that to try and say, you know, so and it was just everything was twisted. And it was the same where I live. You know, look, I know myself, so I know what I say, so I know I don't have an issue. But the point I was saying was he would throw you under the bus. That's the point, right? Knows doesn't care. That's that insincerity. That really troubled me, and I think what I was going to say is that it was. I just then I thought, oh, no, I'm sorry, but initially it was a bit of fun. But I've really come to a position of feeling very disappointed in you. On a human level, I'm just disappointed that you can't connect on a humanity level. You still get your points out, but in a different way. Do you know what I mean? So that's where I
Do
think.
you?
Sorry, Jeffrey.
Yeah, go for it, Jeffrey.
Thank you. I think perhaps there's slight misunderstanding. Perhaps, correct me if I'm wrong. I think he challenges the beliefs that are installed within Muslim population.
Well,
He's not attacking them. Instead of, it's not about them being Muslims or foreigners, whatever else.
No, but sorry, that was the narrative initially. You know, even though he says he doesn't know what belief is. Do you know what I mean? So he contradicts himself. Do you know what I mean? So, but no, I look at some of his stuff. Some of his stuff is quite good, but it goes back to the position is that if you're wearing a mask and we don't even know your first name, and then here an example of this is you have somebody come on the stream and they'll be a Muslim person, for example, and they'll be very nice and they'll be very respectful of him, and he'll ask them their age. And then a couple of sentences later, they say, "Oh, how old are you?" He says, "Oh, no. No, I don't want to give you that information." I said, "Sorry, but you know, you're not playing fair here, mate. Do you know what I mean?" So the issue is, I don't know if you've seen the video, Jay. Whereas there's a guy in Speaker's Corner called Let's Unite on the Hack. Do you know him, Daman?
Let's Unite on the Hack. I've heard the channel name, but I've not actually watched it.
His name is Mohammed. He was involved. He was filming. You remember the Ali Dawa incident in Leicester Square, where the police come up and said, "Sorry, we need to get your details." But I'm the big nose. I'm like, you must know who I am. It really was. Don't you know who I am? You know, that's where the arrogance is, and that's where the delusion is. It's like, oh, they don't know who you are now. So you've just acted the idiot, and now they're wanting to kind of follow through. You know what I mean? So basically, I was in Speaker's Corner, and there's a guy in Speaker's Corner. I don't particularly warm to him because I don't like peshiness, that demand, you know. So you know, and without going into it, there's this guy. He was filming at the Ali Dawa thing. And Nose was having a go with him near the end. He's a very slim Somalian guy. He always has a blue COVID mask on his face.
Oh, I think I know who that. Yeah.
So I like him. You know, he's a nice guy. You know, I'm not. My beliefs are different. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean
that you can still be friendly.
Yeah, but what you respect all people, unless there's a reason or time not to. You know. So I was in Speaker's Corner, and basically, I seen him being targeted by somebody, and it was very obvious. I seen he was trying to get away from the guy. I won't say who the guy is, but somebody well known, a Christian guy in Speaker's Corner. And from where I was looking at it, he'd done everything. This guy kept blocking him. Yeah. So I thought he was trying to get away from him, and then the police got involved and questioned the other guy. And I said, "Look, Hank, I see what went on there. Well, you know, from my perception of what I've seen was that you were trying to get away. Do you know what I mean? if you need a witness to say I witnessed, basically that's all I would have witnessed, to say he was trying to get away, he did everything to, you know, avoid the guy, let me know. As I was saying that, Noah's was filming us. Okay? And then put the video of me saying to him, I will, you know, be a witness for you to the police. He put it up on the site to try and make me look like, oh, he's out supporting Muslims. And I go, oh, I would do that for anybody. That's nothing to do with Muslims.
Yeah. You didn't see a Muslim there, you saw a human being there at that point.
You know what I mean? You know, if I say anybody, I hate bullying, and Nose is the bully. Nose is the bully. So that's, and then I kind of went downhill after that, and then I thought, oh no, I just can't, you know, if you can't trust somebody on a very basic level, you know, I mean, J-Fu, I think, is quite new to Nose. Do you know what I mean? And what I will say, Jay, is everybody gets their turn. Nobody has their.
Hold on. I know Big Nose I know him from the Speaker's Corner before he ever started his streaming.
So you know
so
what
actually,
he looks like without mask.
Actually, I did identify him, and he did not deny. So I sent him via WhatsApp. There was a live stream, and I saw him, and I said, "You were wearing this and this. That was you." Right. And then he told me on the stream, Detective Fu instead of Captain Fu, and I know he did not deny it. I wanted his confirmation, and there was it was easy to recognize him. Right. I tell you how I recognize him. Of course, the mask is a one thing, but there's more than that. There's the way people walk, the gestures.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've seen a few. I've had a few good things I've seen where I thought, well, I think I could recognize him now without the mask. You know, there were certain things. So, I think I probably could.
And the funny thing is that he didn't know that he was holding his hand. When he usually talks at the Speaker's Corner, he usually places his hand over his beard, the fake beard. Yeah. And he was doing exactly the same thing.
Really? Okay. Well, the one where the night he had the Ali Dawa, he kind of gave quite a good look because he didn't have his normal mask on, and he had just the COVID mask and a very small. Oh yeah, it was just the COVID mask, but he likes to play games, so he did kind of do a little bit of a reveal close up to the camera, so you could really see his eyes. You know, the COVID mask didn't completely take everything away, you know. And there's a few other things I've seen in a few different streams that are probably it must be from the early days. And I thought, oh no, if I was standing next to him now, I'd recognize him, and especially with the voice, you know. But I think. Oh, sorry, I'm going.
I was just going to say, I think that him having a mask on, I typically wouldn't have an issue with someone wearing a mask. But if you are spreading hate, fear, and manipulation, at that point, having a mask on is dangerous because it's just you hiding yourself because you're scared of what you're saying.
Yeah.
And you're telling other people.
You know what you're doing is wrong.
Yeah. And you're telling other people to continue to do this as well. And then he's trying to teach other people to do this. And they're not going to have masks on. They're not going to go do this like a YouTube channel. They'll just do it to a random Muslim. They'll just go, oh, Mohammedan or whatever.
Yeah. I have been in his company kind of very near the beginning when I met him the first time, where I was witness to him being threatened by somebody else who was masked. Do you know what I mean? And you know what I mean?
The irony.
Do you remember the stream? I don't know if you've seen this, and I was with him when this happened as well, where a couple came in. They must have seen him on the live stream before they came into. It was man and woman, and all they seen on the live stream was the nose, and it was when all the riots were going on around that time, and they thought he was taking the piss out of Jewish people. And they came
I saw that too. I saw it. That was so funny. And I was thinking, why in the world?
Yeah, it was about funny.
People were getting offended.
Yeah, and this woman, she was like seriously aggressive. They came like side on.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, it was hilarious. And I was like, God, he's just you've completely got it the wrong way around. You know what I mean?
But that's deep-seated insecurity on the part of those Jewish people.
But
Well, whatever. But just to show you how people can just misinterpret something and how it can turn into
Yeah, that's right.
a violent thing, situation. Thank God the police were there. There was a lot of activity around, so it was kind of. But this woman, she literally wouldn't let go and was taking pictures. With the video camera out and blah 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 blah. Look, But I personally, it was funny, but
I need to watch
I
this.
just
I need to watch this.
Nose is look. I'm fond of nose. I'm not going to say I'm not fond of nose, but I just feel now what he's done as well. He's banned me anyway, which is fine. I did the first week or two. I came in under different names, and then I gave up that. I just watched the stream, so I've been banned for about a month, and it's totally fine. He keeps dropping videos of me in the thing, where I've done some live stream or something. So he gets a lot of value out of my previous contributions. But I just feel I can't trust him. And if I can't trust somebody, a lot of stuff I said to him, not major stuff, but personal stuff, do you know what I mean? Was all being discussed on the live stream when I wasn't even on, when I wasn't on the live stream. And I just felt sorry. There's no, what's the line? There's no awareness of, no, I shouldn't just say something about somebody else or their personal stuff like this. It's.
I see the chat mentioning your name all the time. I see them going, "Oh yeah, Damien's here," or "Damien's not." I'm like,
yeah, but I'm not
concerned with
there.
you.
I'm watching, but I'm not actually in the chat because I'm banned. And I kind of gave up. What it was, you can change your YouTube name twice in 2 weeks, something like that. So for the first kind of 2 weeks, I'd say maybe a little bit less. I came in as a zero tolerance, and then I came in as the most hated woman or something, or the mad woman. I kind of tossed all these different kind of crazy, and then I think, oh no, Sharia law for UK. That was my last, just to provoke, what I mean? And then I just thought, oh, I can't be bothered changing my name. I'll watch the live stream if you want. I'm not going to. And it's not about 199. Do you know what I mean? It's basically everything I told you at the beginning. He won't respect people. He doesn't. No, that's bottom line. No, doesn't have respect. And this is what I say to Jay Fu is that when you're not the belle of the ball, Ravioli, who seems like a nice guy. They call him Ravioli. He's Orti and he's a Muslim guy. He likes to come on and read his scripts from the Quran, read verses from the Quran. I think he's doing dawah. Absolutely hilarious. And they don't seem to get it. So they come on the stream and they spend a lot of time with him. And then you say, oh, can I read a verse from the Quran first? And then you say, I'm off to the Baha'i people. I actually think he's taking the piss. And I think they just haven't picked up on it. You know what I mean? Which is fine. It's totally fine. But...
Well, I have to say... Go ahead. Sorry.
I just kind of feel a little bit of time is... If you notice sometimes with Ravioli, when he has somebody else on who maybe has a bit of a bigger energy for that particular stream, maybe a new person, if you look how he speaks to Ravioli, when Ravioli tries to interject, he says, Ravioli, shut up, or I'll ban you. Do you know what I mean? And I just say, sorry, you really, and you expect people to support you when you're that disrespectful of people. I think his big newbie who has really driven the views is Chris.
Chris, is that Major K or something?
The Al-Mahdi.
Oh yeah, no, Chris, yes.
Cowboy,
They've been milking the crap out of him, honestly.
And he is. What I will say, that he is very learned.
No, he is. He's been on this channel before. He's been on this channel before, and I even said it to himself. I said it to him myself. I was like, look, you've got a lot of knowledge. It's great.
Yeah, he's very well read.
But his delivery isn't.
He's very, very, very well read and very learned. And I come across it thinking, oh, God, that's very interesting. He done this thing about Islam, about Isa of the Lamb. I never even thought about it before, but it made so much sense. Like I thought, oh, I wonder if Muslims ever picked up on this. So it's like first two words of Isa is of the letters of Islam. The first two letters of Islam, and then of the Lamb. I thought, oh, there's something worth investigating. You know what I mean? So
I'd say that's wrong, though. I'd say that's wrong because that's using English language on an ancient language that was Arabic and going, oh, look, lamb, It's
Yeah.
similar to lamb in English. It's like, no, but that's Arabic. What does lamb mean in Arabic?
Yeah. Yeah.
If
Yeah.
it- you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, actually, yeah. But I've watched a lot of his. I think you know the Muslim Lantern.
Yes, I've been on his channel. Yeah, he kicked me off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen Chris on his channel?
No, I haven't.
Or
No.
do you get a chance to see that? It's so funny.
I did actually see a few videos of Chris before he actually ever came onto my channel. I was scrolling and I did see someone like wearing like an Egyptian headdress.
When he did that on the Muslim Lantern, he
Oh,
had
was that on the Muslim Lantern? He did that. Okay, yeah.
and,
He had the scarf.
and the Muslim Lantern started speaking to him in Arabic. And he was like, yeah, and of course he couldn't respond, you know what I mean? Even though he tried to make out, yes, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
So he's very good. And I like Chris's noise. I don't like some of his views, you know what I mean?
You're not going to agree with everything someone says.
I'm not going to agree, you know, I did challenge him the other day. He got upset because, you know, I don't like bigotry. That's just bottom line. I don't like bigotry wherever it raises his head, you know? So he was doing a thing on George Michael, and just the words, you know, all the words, even the YouTube stream that he was doing were catching the words, and do you know what I mean? So I don't know if you noticed it, but they were, as he said it, that you see there was a pause, a very quick thing in the stream, and I did say to him at the time, I say, sorry, mate, but you know, I've kind of gone back to him today and said, look, I know we locked horns the other day, but you know, I can't have somebody attack which is something that's part of my identity. Do you understand what I mean? And it was okay. But I do think he's very learned. He's definitely very learned. You know, whether he's right is a different story, but he definitely goes right deep into stuff. You know, and I've seen him on a lot of the Muslim live stream. And he has a huge ego, which is fine. You know, he is where he is, and we all are where we are.
Yeah.
But I think
he's growing though. He's growing, honestly. From the first time he came on my show, where he would not take a breath. He literally spoke for an hour without letting people speak. And that was just me trying to give him the bit. I was just like, okay, he's excited. He's finally getting to share what he believes in. But at that point, I did have to put a stop to it and say, listen, no, if you're going to have a conversation, it's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street.
Yeah.
And I have seen growth in him where he actually does try and come back. He does reflect and he does come back and he is growing. But
I've seen that. Yeah, no,
I don't see that in Big Nose at all. And that's why I'm disappointed in him.
Yeah, the Big Nose is his own thing and his own worst enemy, and there doesn't seem to be a filter.
No.
Do you know what I mean? And there just doesn't seem to be any acknowledgement of that what he's doing is wrong, and so for me, I just feel very disappointed. I kind of, you know,
sorry, I just had to add that.
Yeah, no, I was chatting on your thing to business there. So yes, it's just this kind of, I can't feel. Oh yeah, so where it all started with me, I don't know if Jefu probably heard this initially. Where it all started to go a bit sour for me was with Lieutenant and Nose. I don't want to make a comment on Lieutenant, but you know, so they're two. They're both together there. But so where it went to start to kind of the energy started to shift towards me was why I didn't go on the Tommy Robinson demonstration. Yeah. And why did I go on? You know, I went on two of the Palestinian protests. Do you know what I mean? I can't go with everything. I have to choose. You know where I can be, and because I have.
To be honest, like you said, you don't like bigotry and Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, and I just have the amount of people. Just for me, it's kind of a numbers game. The man when it comes to Palestine, you know, just the amount of people. You know, they say 50% of people killed as children. You know, and they didn't want to hear that. So whenever. Because I hadn't gone on the why didn't I stand up for my own country and go on the Tommy Robinson march? That's just not my politics. You know, I'm not saying Tommy Robinson hasn't done some positive stuff. You know, he really, from what I remember, is the one that brought the whole grooming thing to the fore, into the spotlight. That's from memory.
No, I
think
think you're right on that. Yeah,
I think
but
he
I
was
think
the
that's
one.
because he botched the investigation.
Well, I'm not.
Because he got involved, he ended up botching the investigation or
You mean
something.
when he was outside the court with the cameras?
I think so. I was
Yeah.
watching a little video on it earlier, so I
No, but I think was he not the original one that the Times picked up the story from, or whoever published
possibly,
it? I
possibly.
thought he was a little bit earlier in the game than that, so I was aware of him in relation to that story a bit private, a bit earlier. I remember when at court, when they said some of them were being sentenced, or were at court, and basically he was filming them going into the court and intimidating them or whatever, But obviously the legal system says this can be used in their favor by their defenses. You know what I mean? That's so he doesn't. He's not really in that respect. He's not thinking.
No.
You know what I mean? So that he could compromise the court cases. So basically, I see some of his stuff. I can kind of. He's also kind of grown through over the years from when he started. He has become a little bit more knowledgeable on what he's doing, but he wouldn't be my politics. Do you know what I mean? But that's just kind of what I'm like. But so because I didn't go, the whole thing of why didn't you go on that march? Do you not stand up for your patriot? I thought, sorry, but why do I have to even justify it? I went to the Palestinian.
You get your patriotic stamp from the big nose, who's not even English.
You know what I mean? But for me, the Palestinian thing, it was just something that was quite clear cut, in the sense of the numbers and the imbalance, with Israel is a big military, the people in Gaza, they don't have planes in the sky, is what I always would say, and I just felt there was an imbalance. And so I think that's why the Irish people, Israel closed their embassy. Either Israel closed it or Ireland closed it a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, no way.
So, yeah. So because I think because of Ireland's previous history of conflict with England, stuff, so they will have an empathy with somebody who
they've always had empathy for all the little people that are getting trouble.
So they're recognizing just what they see as injustice. So I was just going thinking, I just sorry, but this is wrong for me. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally. I was totally upset and anti what happened on October 7th, but the reaction is like such a big reaction, and I just felt I had to go there. Nothing I do is doing very much, but it was just thinking in a kind of a conscience level. I thought, well, then you're recognizing the right things, and it was a long day, 4 hours up to Vauxhall Bridge in the crowds, But so that's really, wasn't, like I said, my contribution didn't really do very much. But but to be demonized, from Nose and Lieutenant because I didn't go.
Do you mind if I say something about it?
No, go on, Jay. Sorry. Yeah.
Go for it, Jay.
Yeah, go, Jay.
You see. First of all, have you been to the Holy Land? Have you been to Palestinian side? Have you been to Israel?
Not yet. No. I would like to go, but
Okay, I've been there.
Yeah.
I've spent some time over there on both sides. I've been to West Bank and I've been to Israel.
Are you Christian?
So I travel over there. I am Christian.
Did I hear you from Eastern Europe? Did I hear you say that?
I'm Polish. Yeah, I am Polish.
Polish, right? Okay.
Yeah. So anyhow, so when I was in Israel, I realized that this conflict actually is not some mind-blowing conflict that somehow is any different from the conflict that you would have between Saudi Arabia or Yemen, or what's happening, for example, in other parts of the world, let's say between Armenia and the Nagorno-Karabakh region and other places, that this has been politicized to such an extent that people say, oh, Palestine, Israel is so evil. And yet Saudi Arabia is doing far worse things as we speak. Now, I don't know if you're aware, but the UK is providing cluster bombs, which are by the UN banned as weapons that are not supposed to be not in fact used or even sold. And the UK is making money off it, sending it to Saudi Arabia. And the bombs are falling on the kindergartens, preschools, civilian homes, and so on. Have you seen how many times you've seen a protest against Saudi Arabia for the cause of the Yemeni people? You're not going to find it.
No, totally.
You know, and that happens everywhere. And from that point of view, and you see, every life, every single life, in my view, is equal in value. No such thing.
I think most humanitarian people, Jay, would be thinking
anyone with a heart.
Anybody with a heart is going to think the same thing. But I think it just sorry, Jay, to interrupt you there. But I think coming down onto a level of certain issues or certain conflicts and certain stories will get bigger media attention, and I think so. We can't be. I probably I won't share a story because somebody you both know about who's a very nice story about somebody who I know from Saudi Arabia, who goes to he protests outside one of the embassies. I'm sure it's the Saudi embassy or the.
You don't have to give too many details if
I don't want
it will end up pinning him down.
But he just does a solo personal protest regularly about something that happened to one of his members of his family. So, but I just think we can choose. I choose. I suppose whoever shouts the loudest, I hear. Do you understand what I mean? So, I probably wouldn't have the awareness of.
I think it's not just your fault. I don't think it's just your fault because even the Muslims themselves, because of the whole Holy Land situation, they want to focus on that themselves. Like especially the Saudis want you to focus on that because then you're not focusing on their shit. But because it's the Holy Land and that's the war that they have to win in order for like them to be victorious in the whole end time situation. That's where they're trying to draw more attention. Not to say that it doesn't need attention and that the fighting doesn't need to stop because there are innocents dying, but it's just like there is a political game behind it at the same time.
I think
it was always a political game. It was always a political game.
Yeah. Well, it was always a political game, but it was also a religious game because it was always a religious situation. If it was just about the land and you offered them another piece of land, they'd take it. But it's not about it's not just about land. It's about that particular land because it's the Holy Land. That's why it's also political, religious.
They believe Solomon's temple is under the Temple Mount, don't they?
Yeah.
I think one of the issues I really struggle with Israel, besides what they're doing at the moment. Sorry to interrupt, Jay. I'll let you come back in a second. But one of the issues that really winds me up about Israel is the settlers. So the hilltop youth, all the illegal settlers, and that are going out, just abusing the Palestinians in their homes and taking them out of their homes, crushing it, saying we have a right to live here from hundreds of years ago. All this kind of stuff. This is madness.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've seen there was a video on Twitter at one point where it was kind of done in tongue in cheek, but it was driving home the point where an Italian woman turns up at a London guy's house. So, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, excuse me, can I have my house back? Do you know what I mean? But those settlers, what the settlers are doing, because they're illegal settlers, especially the hilltop ones, and they're the youth, a lot of youth, but Orthodox Jews. We would in this country look at them as far right, and we would prescribe them as far right, and we would treat them legally with the police system as the far right if they were behaving in that way. Do you know what I mean? And we have a very good legal system. We don't get it always right here, but for the most part, we are on the right.
We try.
So we try, and for the most part, we don't get it perfectly right. So that's where it really angers me when I see the settlers and they're talking about, they're going to move into Iraq and Syria and take, that's where, there's a lot of, and I think, I don't know why, but I see female settlers and they're more hardcore, in their views about, no, this is ours and we're taking, and all that. And it just really winds me. And then you got Ben Kabir and Smoltrich who are fighting right, So I just think, where does the reason, where does a reason mind that comes into the game saying, yes, this is Israel, yes, we want, I mean, the argument I have with Muslims, or what I bring up, and they don't like it, but I'm its biggest corner is when they say about what's going on. I do agree with, yes, I'm upset about what's happening. I don't agree with it. But you do know that many of the Israeli IDF forces are Muslim. And they look quite shocked because they don't know where to go with that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because then it takes it out of being it stops it being a Muslim issue, so to speak.
Yeah, you've led it back to
They'll burn in the hellfire. I mean, their answer is they'll burn in the hellfire.
They're one of the bad Muslims.
Damien, I have a question for you.
Sorry,
I have a question for you, Damien.
And then I promise I'll bring it to you.
Yeah, of course.
I was just going to say that in regards to the legal settlements and stuff like that, the Orthodox Jews doing that, there are different types of Jews within Israel itself. Like you've got loads of different types of Christians here. You've got different types of Jews there. There are going to be some that are actually against this whole illegal settlement thing.
But
obviously they get hushed down because
the Hasidic Jews. Well, we see them on the marches. The big caps and everything, protesting it in support of the Palestinians. I got some pictures of that, on my phone.
So it's never just an issue of just the Jews. It's just there's always going to be bad apples that are trying to ruin it for everyone else.
And as much as I'm not happy about what Israel's doing, I think when I went on one of the marches, I really got it like being against what Israel is doing is not being anti-Jewish. Because the America tried to bring in a law at the height of all this,
or anything,
well, basically saying if you were anti-Israel, you're anti-Jewish.
Yeah, anti-Semite and all that stuff.
I think the Hasidic Jews on the march with big signs going, "We're anti-Semitic."
That's hilarious.
So basically, the peace out, So
I'm just gonna throw it back to Jafu because I did interrupt him. He was
I interrupted. Yeah, sorry, Jafu. You were telling us about you in the Middle East. Go on.
No, it's all right. I'm enjoying everything you guys saying. So anyway, I have a question for you, Damien. Would you consider the same situation with Northern Ireland when people from regions of Scotland who were not Catholics were moved to Northern Ireland to populate that area? So you see, is this method of moving the population to change let's call it original fabric, it's as old as we know it. The same happened with Eastern Ukraine. Stalin brought millions of Russians into Eastern Ukraine, and you can see that the repercussions of it are even visible today. Eastern Ukraine is very pro-Russia because many of them are, simply speaking, Russians that were moved into that region.
In the Donetsk and Luhansk.
Exactly, all that with Donbass, all those regions. So you see the plantation of population is not a new thing. So what you're saying is, in my view, instead of protesting, I think perhaps society should be enlightened enough, educated enough to realize this brings nothing but trouble, and this should be. And that way, people can live side by side, and there could be a natural form of migration, whoever chooses, but without this intentional act of the more powerful state into less powerful. And Northern Ireland is such. I was always fascinated about Ireland and Northern Ireland. So I had to go there, so I took my kids and we just spent the full term of school holidays just to travel from one end to another. And I have to say, when I arrived to Northern Ireland, because when you come from here, of course you can take ferry to Dublin, but we took the shortest route. The Northern Irish were absolutely amazing people. And I went to Ireland, and the same thing. Fantastic people. I fell in love with Ireland. And yet knowing that 21st century and the people still have that hostility against each other. And I went near that so-called peace wall. Peace wall, go figure, they call it peace wall. It's like, I don't know, 10 meters high, peace wall, go figure. It's still there, So
you're not talking about the circle that went around the centre of Belfast, that wall. Because when I was 16, before the troubles were resolved, there used to be a wall that went around the whole of the centre of Belfast. So it was like, if you can imagine going into any part of the West End of London, there'd be a wall, and on
That's
each
right.
part, on each part throughout the circumference of that wall would be security, like soldiers, basically British soldiers, and you'd be searched going in because of bombs. The threats in case there was, because of the IRA being very prevalent. So I don't know if that's the wall you're talking about, because I think they got rid of that particular wall that was there.
Maybe
Well,
there's
2
this
years
section
ago,
just left.
no. The 2 years ago,
Oh.
there is still a wall, and you drive from one in Belfast. You still drive into Catholic enclave of Belfast, and there's a wall, and sometimes they close it. I was there during daytime, but it's clearly an active gate,
Okay.
and they have cameras and everything else. And the reason I'm saying it, you see, and here's really my point: instead of looking into Israel, Palestine, whatever else, why not first start from your own backyard? Clean your own backyard first, and then show an example, and they say, look, we solved it. This is the way to solve it.
Jay, what I'd just say on that is, when I grew up, I was born here, but I was brought up in Ireland. Yeah. And then I came here when I was a teenager because my parents separated, and I was here for a short time with my mother, and then I was back in Ireland. But when I was living here, I remember I always have, you'll always have certain memories, things will stick out in your mind from when you're younger.
Yeah.
And I always remember the news when I was living in London at 13. I always remember when the news, the 6 o'clock news, it would be, the first story would be 2 British soldiers have been killed today in Northern Ireland. And that was a daily thing. Do you understand what I mean? Even though I would rather the British soldiers weren't there, do you know what I mean? Because I would like to, I think I'm a very black and white person. I see Ireland as one place. And in a heart way, I would like to see it all, back together.
Reunified, yeah.
Reunified. It's just, it's one piece of geography. Do you know what I mean? But I never thought growing up. I just remember the troubles in Northern Ireland being so toxic. I remember I was living in Belfast for a very short period of time when I was 16. I got very drunk one night with somebody, a friend of mine, and the police pulled up in guns. I thought they were soldiers. I was pissed as cute in the back of this Jeep. And I said, are you the IRA or are you the loyalists? And I said, my friend, stay calm, we're just the police. You've come into the wrong area. We're just taking you home. You know what I mean? But what I was going to say was, I never thought I would see peace in Northern, that there would be peace in Northern Ireland. I just couldn't see it. And a lot of that was because of the British political class, who said we never deal with terrorists, So they were of a mindset that they couldn't move past, So we've had a generation of anybody under the age of 25, for the most part, has grown up in a completely new Northern Ireland, with no violence or very little, not like it was prior to that, not the daily shootings, that's just a thing of the past, and hopefully we don't go back there. And the reason we got to that, I don't know how long you've been in the UK, Jay, but we had a politician here under Tony Blair called Mo Mowlam. Do you remember her, man?
No.
Right. She died of cancer. I don't know if she had cancer, leukemia. She used to wear this big blonde wig. She was this small little stubby woman.
Actually, that does sound familiar. Yeah, she was a bit of I want to say a Rottweiler, right?
She was a stalwart, but she was the one that realised that, look, if ever we're going to sort this issue with Northern Ireland out, it's the people inside the prison, the lifers, who are calling the shots. So she went into the prisons on camera, all the news anchors, filming her, sat on the chair with the very famous lifetime prisoners behind the grill and saying, what do you want? How do we get here? How do we sort it? And it was because of her. That's the Northern Ireland thing, and then you had the Mitchell Accords, and so it was this one woman thought, look, forget this thing of, we don't deal with terrorists, don't forget, for a long time, Jerry Adams and Martin McGuinness, you couldn't hear their voices. It was the news companies weren't allowed to. You'd see them talking, and their voices would be dubbed.
Oh
I
wow.
don't know if you remember any of this. Yeah.
Uh,
So in my time, going up to about definitely into my 20s, at least my early 20s, you could never see Jerry Adams or Martin McGuinness in a news or in an interview giving any commentary without their voice being dubbed. That was the requirement, and then of course that all changed. So I kind of held on to the thing that if it's possible, I never thought Northern Ireland could be solved. This is the point. So I thought if Northern Ireland can be resolved, it's just I think a lot of people would have felt the same way as I did about Northern Ireland, that it is possible in Israel. But if
Exactly.
with the right actors, though, Jay, it has to be the right actors.
right
in place.
actors and the right attitude, like you said.
Right, yeah. Well, I think
It started with the lady coming in and going, okay, we're not going to look at you as terrorists. We're going to look at you as human beings, and let's start with that first step. If we could start with that first step, we could build on that. And like you said, then the other things came in place afterwards. But you need that first step of seeing each other as humans.
So what were you going to say about the Middle East, Jay?
Oh yeah, actually in the Middle East. Now going back to Israel. So of course I was very curious to how the Palestinians feel and how the whole issue with I was very interested about it. And so when I would speak with the Palestinians, Muslim Palestinians, I also have spoken with Christian Palestinians. They had different things to say. But when I've spoken to people like yourselves, just intelligent, normal, peaceful Palestinians, they would always say the same thing. Always. They said, we just want peace. They didn't care whether it would be the name Israel or Palestine. They didn't care about any of that. They said, we just want peace. And it was so visible that those people are yearning for peace. That was something very interesting. But they couldn't care less if that would be called Israel, State of Israel. It was not. Nevertheless, the younger generation, that was totally different thing. The younger generation was far more angry and far more.
It's interesting that it's the next generation, and I heard that in a comment somewhere yesterday in some interview about something saying that it's this generation that is more radicalized in their thinking.
That's right.
Yeah,
and I saw it with my own eye.
That's because, like with you, Damien, you saw the trouble in Ireland when it was bad, so you can reflect on that and go, okay, it used to be bad. We can find peace. I think with the younger generation, if they are in that war zone area and they're still experiencing it, they're going to grow up in that fight mentality, where the older generation are like, okay, maybe we should end this.
Well, I think what it is, I think when you hear the statistics that 50% of the population of Gaza is children, for me, that statistic is enough to say stop, And there's an awful lot of people from the IDF, there's a website called Break the Silence on YouTube, where a lot of IDF soldiers have come out and spoke out after leaving the IDF, speaking against what Israel's doing, and talking about they have this thing called the Hannibal Directive. Have you heard about that, Jayford?
No.
Yeah. So it's some kind of a thing of like a map of if they're going to catch somebody or target a building, there's a certain criteria that it's okay to unalive X amount of people, so it's like 100 to 1 or something. I don't know. It's called the Hannibal Directive.
Oh yes, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
So they had a certain. So these were Israeli people who were ex-IDF coming out saying yes, these spilling the beans, basically saying yes, these things, So look, I think Israel's always going to be vulnerable, just by its very nature. I do think there will be very hardened issues and hardened views against Israel from people surrounding them. They are only a small state at the end of the day, but something Egypt managed to get an agreement. However, back in when the day, and there's no conflict there. But my worry is how long Israel. I'm sure you were the same as me. When all the pagers went off in the Lebanon, I was like, what the hell? What is going on? You know what I mean? So it's just like, if Israel's government is so far right with the likes of Smotrich, and you can see that a lot of very top players in the military of the IDF, Benny Gantz, and all these were all fired recently. Do you know what I mean? So my concern is if there's no reasoned thinking, do you remember in 2006 when they gave Gaza back to the Palestinians,
Mm-hmm.
and they had to pull the settlers out? I don't know if you remember any of those images.
I don't remember the images. I
Yeah.
remember the story, but not the images.
Yeah, so there was settlers still living in the sense of parts of Gaza,
Mm-hmm.
Jewish settlers, and they refused to leave. They were like, no, we're not going.
Mm-hmm.
And they were yanked out. I remember, them being yanked out. It was all over the media at the time, and I kind of at that time thought Israel's kind of on that time. I thought Israel's done the right thing here. They've thought if we want to move forward,
Mm-hmm.
we can't keep making these claims about land. If we're either going to do it and stick to what we're doing, and remove them to somewhere else and compensate whatever. But we have to be try to be as good as the word. But I don't think Israel, the way they behave, the soldiers, especially in the West Bank, the amount of people who lost their lives in the West Bank through all of this going on. But it's kind of like what you said, man. Really, you need a complete change of thinking. And I think there will always be people who will have issues with Israel. But I always kind of go back to the children at the fence with the catapults.
Mm-hmm.
Years ago,
Yeah.
goading the Israeli soldiers. And I always think of David and Goliath. So I've always seen because he used the same mechanism.
Slingshot,
to kill Goliath. So I always look at Israel as a very imbalanced, power militarily compared to anybody in the region.
I'm going to give a bit of a balanced argument because I personally used to think exactly like you. Where I've been on Palestinian marches in the past, previous a few different times, and I was always like, yeah, what the hell's Israel doing? Sorry?
Don't
know. I was like, what the hell's Israel doing? Like they're literally just wiping them out. But the more I thought about it, I was like, actually, no. With how advanced Israel is, they've already got the Iron Dome. They've got all these weapons. They're getting funding from America. If they truly, truly, truly wanted to, they could wipe out all of the Palestinians and then just go, oh, sorry, guys. You know how like America did with the nukes
a lot of people
in
calling
Japan.
for that, man. A lot of Israeli people
They're calling for it.
And I just think, I can't believe what you're saying.
No, hold up. Let me elaborate. Like I said, it's not about the bad apples. Like we said, there is the Hasidic Jews, there's these groups of Jews, these groups of Jews.
Yeah.
So you are going to have those few that are going, no, wipe them
Very
out.
complicated. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Those, I would consider them Zionists, the ones that wipe them out. So you kind of have to categorize them because everything is diversified. Everything has got a spectrum to it. But that's when I started thinking a bit deeper about this. And I was like, actually, do you know what? They've got the Iron Dome. They've got military power. They could wipe them out. The best way I can see this going forward is for the Gazans and all these other people to not fight anymore, to actually lay down the weapons. Because I think what happens is, as kids are being brought up, they're being brought up with this ideology of you have to fight back. You're the next line of defense. When we're gone,
well, they're brought up with the victim mentality, definitely,
and
100%. Yeah.
And that perpetuates that fighting. And if all of them just went, all right, do you know what, screw it, weapons down, we're not fighting anymore. Hamas, you could get lost. We'll just accept whatever rule it is. I don't think Israel's going to be like, no, we're going to keep killing you. They'll just go, okay, cool. No more fighting. Here's your settlement area. Here's some money. Here's some investment. Build some houses. Do what you need. And then they could have that one state situation where they are actually coming together rather than continuing this fight.
Do you know what I just learned during this conflict? Because you go through things, you're watching things, and you learn something new. You know what I mean? Something like, God, I didn't know that. I didn't realize how small the Jewish population globally is. It's only 15 million, which is only 1% of the Muslim population. Maybe a little even more less if we go by the figures. So I was quite surprised how. But there seems to be a lot of issues. I was sitting at my local cafe the other day, and where I go and have my coffee, daily. And these four Jewish people came along, Israelis, okay, kind of two older two couples. The two women were sisters, and they were in the market. I live in Portobello Market. So they bought some stuff, and I said, "Oh, you can stay here beside me." So it's a nice little cafe that I use. And basically, they sat down. One of the couple lived either, I think she said in Jerusalem, and they were visiting their other sister in Golders Green. So it was two women and their husbands, two sisters and their two husbands. And it was very, very nice and chatty, blah, 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 blah. But they were kind of taking an interest in me. But then they gave me a curveball. And I was telling the story to a woman I also have coffee with, who's from Pakistan.
Mm-hmm.
Right? She's Muslim, but she drinks and everything. She's not she's not.
She's not religiously devout kind of thing.
She's a very high job. She's got a really good job. She's an absolute fabulous, glamorous, funny woman from the north of England. Yeah, so I often kind of share a table with her, and I was telling her their story. So what they said to me was basically why they asked me why has Ireland. So they've been very nice to me, and then they went in for the kill. And they said, why has Ireland taken the side of the Palestinians in that very strong Israeli accent? Why have they? And I said, well, because I just think maybe, like I said, we've been through conflict, so we will empathize with people that we feel the word is an injustice, and that's just it. And I thought, oh God, David, don't get drawn in here, So, but I think one of the issues, and I've heard a few people raise on different things I've listened to, is that it kind of goes back to something you were saying, is that the Jewish people, the Zionists there, are not the original Jews of Israel. They're the diaspora from Europe who've moved there. And I think that's a big part of the issue.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And you, like you said, like the Ben Shapiro's and all this, there's usually some kind of political people that want to get into power in their particular country, and they're using the association with Israel as a jumping pad. They're using that as a way to go, look, this is the support I get because I'm part of the Israeli nation, and this is what I bring to the table. And then they build their policies around that. The whole, oh yeah, we'll make sure that Israel supported the whole way. Because I'm pretty sure that Ben Shapiro is going to run for president one day. Don't know if he'll win, but I'm sure that's his goal.
But it could happen. This is the thing. Trump came to power. I remember I was saying this today to a friend of mine. I never thought when Brexit happened, even though I voted for it, but I had my reasons. I voted for it because of Turkey. It was nothing to do with the actual thing, because Turkey were blackmailing the EU at the time, said if you don't give us money to support all the Syrian refugees, we're going to give them visas, 4 million visas, and they could flood into Europe. I don't know if you remember any of this.
No, I don't remember.
So at the time,
I remember.
do you remember that, Jack? So I was worried with that kind of a statement coming out of Erdogan, and I thought, and he's trying to get into, he wants to be part of the EU. So that's the reason I fought to come out of the EU, was because of Erdogan making that statement. You know what I mean? So yeah, so it was.
Boris Johnson.
Boris Johnson. Well, how we ever? But what I was going to say was, and then I remember walking up the street and thinking, oh my God, it all like everything just happened so quickly. First was Brexit, and then it's like Brexit. What's his name? Donald Trump, and here we are again. It's like we've moved into this world of surrealism.
Yeah, but I'd like to say something here.
Yeah, sorry.
You see, like if you look at the Armenians, they're very powerful in France. When you look at
Turkey, I don't very little about. I mean, I know there was a lot of people died there. They blamed Turkey for it. Is it like
it was the first genocide of 20th century was actually committed by Turkish Ottoman Empire on Armenians. Yeah, 1 million Armenians were slaughtered.
Yeah.
But my point is that many minorities, when they move to, let's say, a different country, being the Jews in America or Armenians in France, they find themselves to be a powerful lobby to represent their interests. If you look at Palestinians continuously fail to do so, even in the neighboring nations. So let's say you mentioned Egypt. When I was crossing the border from Israel to Egypt, I remember it was fortified. It's one of the probably most secure borders in the world in many ways. I'm sure there are tunnels that nobody knows about, and the weapons are being smuggled to Gaza. But what I'm saying is generally speaking, for some reason, the Palestinian people cannot organize themselves to be politically powerful. So they're always on the losing end. In this, I'm sorry, throughout the history of the world, there are once. So the Jews already securing the good relationship with Trump, and they cannot wait for him to become a president. Because they already know what's going to happen. And I think Damien got disconnected.
Disconnected. He'll be back. But you can keep talking.
So what I'm saying is, the Palestinian people have to develop that sense of understanding that throughout the history, they have to establish themselves and rank together, find a powerful ally, so they're not alone. And this is not the case. Give me one nation that you can tell me right now that Palestinians have strong support. Jordanians cannot stand.
I want to say Iran, but I don't know if that's changed.
No.
Because Iran usually wants to fund Hamas, right?
Yeah. So I think this is the. So I think this is the biggest issue for the Palestinian people. On individual level, they're absolutely marvelous people, and every time they move, let's say, to the States and so on, they are successful. But politically, they cannot put themselves together so their interests can be represented. And I think this is something that once that changes, they're going to be on an international arena, and they can say, "Hey, we have our place in the history as well."
Yeah, but this is sorry. Yeah, go on.
No. So I was making an observation.
Yeah. I always remember the saying of Golda Meir. Do you remember the female prime minister of Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah, where she said when the Arabs or the Muslims love their children more than they hate the Jews, then maybe we kind of things can change. And I thought, it's a powerful statement. Just one of those things, one of those statements she came out with. But I think what I would say is, why is the West Bank been, for the most part, quite successful as opposed to Gaza? What's the difference in the two places? Even though I know there's issues in the West Bank, but why did it not have the same toxicity, so to speak, as Gaza, do you think?
Location to the fighting?
Well, Hamas has been ruling Gaza, and the West Bank was ruled by more moderate forces. I think, but it's Hezbollah, whatever. No, not Hezbollah. It's Lebanon. They're far more. There are a few reasons for it. One of them is West Bank is developed, probably Gaza too, but West Bank has been developed infrastructure-wise by Israel. So electricity, water and sewage, all those things, roads, all those things have been fixed by other Western nations. Sometimes you can walk on you walk on the streets which are well structured, everything's in place.
But Jay, when you see the scenes I think this applies more to Hebron and to the West Bank generally, where they have all these roads where Palestinians from the West Bank have to go this whole way around, and they can't go from straight from A to B. They've got to go from A to Z just so as that the Jewish people can, be in a particular area, move in a particular way or whatever. So sometimes I get the security risks, but I think if you say, right, we're giving you preferential treatment here because you're Israeli, so you're going to have all the fruits of the tree, but the Palestinians, we're going to make life really difficult for you. I seen one thing of a guy in Hebron where every time he goes in and out of his house, he's got a security guard at the end of his steps. and you have the Jewish settlers at the top throwing stones down at the people, at the residents.
You're 100% right. Let me tell you an interesting story. When I was in West Bank, I was told something which and the guy had no reason to lie, because there's somebody from West Bank who was a Palestinian who told me, first of all, Jordanians do not like Palestinians generally.
But
They have 1 million.
but
They have 1 million. But
but
let me tell
90%
you the story.
are Palestinian. 90%
Say again?
90% of Jordanians are Palestinians.
No, actually, 1/3 is Palestinian, but perhaps in a greater historically, maybe you're right, maybe further down the line. But once the state of what's considered, because before there was a Transjordan, I think you're referring to that. But in the present state of Jordan, 1/3 of population is Palestinian. And so what happened was, I was told that, so this man was, so there was a movement of population because they were fed up being imprisoned in West Bank. So hundreds of thousands were trying to get out of there towards Jordan, and Jordan actually pulled out the army and they turned them back. So actually many people in West Bank, they cannot leave. It's not that they're literally imprisoned. They can't leave. So they cannot enter Israel and they cannot enter Jordan. Many times they're being returned. One man I met, he told me he spent 40 years. He was originally from Haifa. He spent 40 years in Jordan. In West Bank. He was never permitted to leave the West Bank. Imagine that.
This Palestinian guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of aware of the restrictions. I don't think, and I think he probably wouldn't have been given full citizenship of Israel. Wouldn't that be right? There's restrictions, even though.
Very heavy restrictions. Very heavy restrictions.
And there's a whole thing on the passports, and I've heard the story where you can't move around, even though we're allowing you and giving you IDs, citizen, documents. We're not allowing you to move freely around Israel. You have to stay here.
Yeah.
But I think when you have that imbalance, Jay, it's just in the long term. You're going to have you're always going to have bad actors. Who are so filled with resentment, and then, and will kind of want to do something. But I think the only way resolving things is by giving, So when you turn around and look at the bigger picture and say, right, we have to do something really meaningful for the Palestinians, where you can't dismiss or not see it. Yes, there'll still be issues, and you protect yourself as best you can. But you need to shift the energy and shift the consciousness of, like Damon was kind of saying earlier, of the majority of the Palestinian people to where they think, no, we want something different now, and Israel has actually done something.
Showing us a new path rather than the
basically. I mean, I did think when I heard the stories about the leaders of Hamas and all the money that was the billions. That was swirled away. I was like, sir, do you just not really care about your people? And
they want to keep the conflict going, because to them, this is the thing, they want the conflict going because they think that they have to keep the conflict going in order for Jesus to return. It's always that religious ideology that's pushing their actions. It's like, okay,
who wants Jesus to return?
Both sides. Both sides, because it's essentially that the Messiah returns, Jesus comes back, and he solves everyone's problems. And
Israelis do not believe Jesus was the Messiah.
Well, no, they don't believe he is the Messiah, but they believe that the Messiah will come. While Muslims believe it is Jesus who is the Messiah, but either way, they're both waiting for the Messiah to come and solve the problem.
Yeah.
So I think
basically they're running real time. In madness. That's really what it is. So everything has been run, people are losing their lives, and it's all in a belief system with no evidence of anything, and it's just complete madness.
I think it's true. I think Jesus is the only one who can solve it. But they could take steps to.
Well, what I say I don't believe that Islam is from God. The Quran is from God. I don't believe that. And I've looked at it, and that's just me looking at a lot of textual, looking at a lot of scripture. I
We'll have
think
to go into this another day, by the way. I really want to hear what the.
absolutely. I probably know Jafer would know an awful lot more on this than I do. I know very, very much of it on a superficial level, but I'll find something, I'll hear something, and I'll go off on a kind of a tangent.
Yeah.
That's what I do. So I like Chris of Speaker's Corner, Blonde Chris.
Yeah. I like him as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I look at his stuff as very, very good, and I look at who else do I look at? God Logic. I'll tell you an interesting story. I think for me, God Logic is number one. I even wanted to get bands. You know those bands you used to get for swimming, those plastic, those rubber bands. And you go into
they had colors for everything.
Basically that, yeah. And I was going to say, I did send a message actually to God Logic, and I was going to say, sorry, if you actually can do some merch, I would buy 50 bands. I wouldn't make any money from them. I'd buy them for whatever they were, and I'd sell them to get my money back in Speaker's Corner. Just because I just think God Logic is very powerful, And I think what makes him what makes him very powerful is he's extremely knowledgeable on the Quran. But it's his humility that makes him really pushes him forward, because he just has this constant smile and when he's saying, he's never aggressive, But I'll tell you an interesting little kind of a spiritual thing that happened. I sent him a tenner through PayPal, the PayPal link kind of thing. So a few weeks ago, I just thought, I like what this guy. God Logic's subscribers are going up by about 10,000 a week.
Wow.
Yeah, I follow, I look at, and I check every day to see what the next level is gone up. So it's gone up about 1,000 new subscribers a day. So he is the business. Do you know what I mean? So I thought I'll send him a tenner, because for me the nearest thing to if I was to place my bet on anything, even though I would disagree with a lot of probably the Christian doctrines, I wouldn't just accept everything. I'm not one of these people that will just accept this. I have my own kind of thinking around certain things. So, but I would say Christ. I would call it the Christ light is the nearest to the truth for me. So basically, I sent him a tenner. I just thought, no, then I don't have, I'm not working. I don't have particularly very much, but I just thought, I kind of value, I did the same with Wikipedia a few weeks ago. I think it might be an age thing, guys. I think as I'm getting older, I'm just recognizing the value of things a bit more and thinking, kind of, give here.
Give a little bit that you can. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I didn't break the bank. And I basically, anyway, I gave a tenner, and then a couple of hours later, I got some money I was expecting that I get from the government every 2 weeks, and I had £10 more in it.
Pretty good.
The universe balances itself.
You know what I mean? I call that the universal stream. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So basically, what it was, but I wasn't expecting it. So it was obviously an extra tenner they gave it because of the Christmas period. If you're not working, But I wasn't expecting. It wasn't in my, in my mind. I wasn't expecting it or anything like that. So I got the same money every 2 weeks for the last year, and then within 2 hours, after giving God Logic the £10, I see a notification with the next. I said, I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting nobody else. So yeah, so I get a big kick into it. Now, if that had happened a week later or even whatever, the timing of it. I've had a lot of those kind of things that happen so close together, and I think, the universe is saying, Damien, keep doing what you do. Do you know what I mean? You're in awareness. You're recognizing things, and you're doing what you can do. I can't do everything, obviously, but you know what I mean. But so for me, it's more about recognition and being aware and just thinking. So God Logic is. I think he is quite brilliant. But I would have got back.
I've had to quote him a few times, because there was some situations where I was like, do you know what? I can't even explain it the way he does. But this is kind of what he said. Go watch his videos, because he's really good. Like he's spot on.
He is, and he's good from such a calm stillness. I said he was on Hamza's day last week. Did you see it, Jafer?
No.
So he was on Hamza's day, and he came in, and there was Hamza, Yemeni. You know Yemeni?
Yeah.
There was I like Yemeni. There was Hamza. There was Yemeni. His name is not
Yemeni always has this screw face on. He's like,
Yeah, but with the long kind of
Yeah,
you see here, but
greasy hair.
I don't think it is. And there was him, and there was and a couple of more people anyway. So, I think there was, there was two other people. Anyway, I can't remember who. So God Logic just is. It's like he just comes in as an apparition, and personally, you see they're all thrown. They're like, "Oh, it's God Logic," and then they quit him off really quickly. And when that must be an AI. They say, I think that's an AI, and you hear God Logic. What's his name? No, it's me, guys. It's God Logic. It's Avery, and they're like, "Oh, what to do here?" So they so they let him back in. So he was in for a good half an hour. I just love his whole tone is respect. There's never ever anything about him that's abusive.
There's no like snide comments or anything like that. It's usually just
Yeah, there was one
straight
thing
to the
that
point.
happened. Yeah, I just, and he really sits and waits in the stillness. You know, he's so still. You know, he let you go, and then you know. So he don't. You should go and watch this because he obviously was he was doing something. I can't remember what the discussion. It was about God being limitless or limited, and basically the argument was about um, God in the Quran saying that God can't have a mate. Basically,
To have a son, yeah.
So yeah, so I'm not sure if it was something about that within that, but it was the main argument was about. I think it must be somewhere in the Quran, Jay, where it says God says, I wouldn't have a mate, or I can't have a mate, or something like that."
Yeah, this is in regards of having a son. For him to
Right.
have a son, he would have to have a partner.
Right. Yeah, it's something about in relation to that. But he's saying he can't. That's correct, yeah? In the Quran, he's
No,
saying he
actually, he
can't.
said that he would have to have. That means he didn't. That's not. That Allah has no partner to have a son.
Right, and I think however God Logic was putting it, and he was kind of trapping them.
I think
Yeah.
Yes, because that's
Sorry,
because in the later part of Quran it speaks about conception of Mary that happened through the Spirit of God. So Mary also did not have a partner, and yet Christ was conceived according to Quran through the Spirit of God. Of course, they're going to put in the brackets that was Jibril, which is obviously not true, but that's their interpretation.
Yeah.
But in Quran itself, it speaks that it goes along the line that we protected chastity of Mary, and we blew our spirit into her. Let's call it womb. And there's a different word.
I find that really difficult to hear that particular how yeah.
I think the point that God Logic was trying to make was essentially saying that why would God need to have a partner if he's limitless? He wouldn't need to have a partner if he's limitless to create a son. He could just do it. And I think that would have been the argument. Because
did you see it?
No. It's just from what you said, it's just the logical.
That's exactly. That's what it was. Yeah.
I think that's what the point was that he was trying to. He was saying by their own text they're limiting God. Would that be the right kind of argument? I thought he was coming across.
They claim he's limitless, but then they put
exactly. Yeah, but the way he was drawing them in, and it was very slowly.
Yeah.
You know, so I was on Hamza's then, and I gave Hamza a tenner. I thought, oh, Damien, you got to be fair and balanced.
You gave Hamza. Oh,
a tenner. I like it. I know. Do you know what I kind of taught them is that I've been on their streams a few times. I don't go in, I'll go on certain points, there's a verse in the Quran, Jay will know about this, where it says that God created the earth first. And I make the comment, and then turned back and created the heavens. I say, are you saying God was homeless? There was a period of time where God...
Actually, God was on earth, because if you had to turn to heaven from earth, that means he was on earth. So technically, God would have been in creation, which they also say God cannot.
That he can't do that. Yeah.
They trap themselves with all these things.
Yeah. But
all the time.
I wouldn't be able to argue it. I can see it in my own way. I can think, so basically, I had that argument in Yemeni. I was on the debate, and Yemeni came back, and Hamza made some kind of, is that drunken Irish man still annoying you? And I said, Hamza, stop saying that. I haven't drank for 20 years. And then straight afterwards in the comments, all these people, one guy on this thing, they cut the stream after I was on it a long time. Yeah, they cut the stream, and it was over something. I can't even remember what it was, but they were in the wrong. Yeah, but they cut the stream. No, it was this guy called Morris.
Morris, yes, I know him. I used to like him, but not so much anymore.
Yeah, so he's a American convert.
Yeah.
So he said to me, Damien, come back when you're sober. And I just thought, don't say that to me when I haven't had a drink for 20 minutes. Do you know what I mean? And, I just think that's just not the right thing to say. So, and he cut the stream, and basically all the comments then that went on saying that I was drunk. So, do you see what I mean? So it goes off into something that's just not real, not true. It's just not based on anything, So anyway, I kind of done my thing.
That's why I compared Big Nose to the Muslims. I say he's actually more Muslim because he's using the same tactics they use. When you're having a conversation with him, he'll cut you off, trying to psychoanalyze you, and then he'll talk to the audience. And it's like, no, I'm still in front of you. I'm still having this conversation. You've just cut me off to start giving your...
For him, it's about content. It's about that I'm here, and like, what's your conclusion? No, I want to stop and get to your conclusion. He thinks he's in charge of this other thing that's going on, and he's the maestro.
Exactly. But the thing is, like you just said, God Logic, who uses logic and reasoning, he's doing it the way that it should be done. He's reeling them in slowly. He's reeling them in slowly, and he's slowly trying to get them to come to the same conclusion that he's come to, but allowing them to think. He's not going, you charlatans.
Yeah, no, he just comes in so gentle. I think that's what I like about God Logic is gentle.
Yeah.
Well, he's this gentle breeze. So what I said was, anyway, they cut me off, and then I was in the chat a couple of months later, after that God Logic with Habits is there, and I just came in the chat. He does the early part of the arena warm up, where he does, and so I just chat, and he's on the chat GPT all the time from his shop, which I just find very funny. And so I just said to him in the arena warm up, I said, in the text, I just said, have you recovered from the gentle breeze that was God Logic?
Good one.
Do you get my point, Jay? Yeah? So that thing that just came in and knocked you all over, and just very gently, have you recovered?
I have to say something. I have to say something about Big Nose, which is sometimes I put on a rather controversial sign on my neck while I'm at Speaker's Corner. I know the man saw it, and of course I will be surrounded sometimes by 20 Muslims, maybe more, and some of them, of course, would get quite angry. And Big Nose would actually step up, and he would do a recording from behind, and that kept those Muslims who were trying to be troublemakers. He kept them at bay. He actually, he was actually a straight up guy.
Yeah, I don't think he wouldn't. Jay, look, if you're in his corner, I don't think he wouldn't do that.
I'm playing devil's advocate. I don't even think it's because he's in his corner. I think it's purely because of two reasons. Firstly, most Muslims, they don't want to talk to him. Secondly, content. He's just like, oh, look, I know this sign's going to antagonize some of the Muslims. If I stand behind Jayfu and record them, I could go, oh, look at these illiterate charlatans, and then it feeds into his narrative. I don't think he see a generous bone in his body.
Yeah, I think that's what I do come across with the same thing. Sorry, Jay, to say that about
me. I don't like to shit on the guy, but I have to tell the truth.
When I look at it, I mean, for me, it's when you look at the titles and the taglines. When he puts all these graphic titles, and when you put the video up of me, when I said to Hack, look, if you need me, let me know. I'll have a word with the police. I witnessed what was going on, and it was as simple as that. And like the man said, I wouldn't care what your faith was, what your race was. If I seen something that I just thought was wrong, something's wrong, it's wrong, and that's it. And I would stand in there. Do you know what I mean? I may not stand in a physical sense if there was a whole group of people, because I just, I probably would be outnumbered, and I don't want to, get my face busted up. Do you understand? Or anything else? So I'll choose where I can help people if I can. somebody else would be very quick off the mark, you know. But if you look at the videos that Noah's put up, you know, and he kind of waited for a while. I could hear Noah's resentment kind of simmering. Once I was off the stream, I could almost feel it, like the man said earlier. He was constantly commenting about me. I was the snake in the grass. Do you know what I mean? And then these videos started to appear of me trying to make me look negative, you know, even though I hadn't been on the stream for months, you know. And it was the titles, you know, and there was a video, you know, of me and Hack and a picture of the two and saying, look at this charlatan. I think the word charlatan was in it. So, you know, he's not, in that way, he's not thinking about it. It's just because he didn't get what he didn't like that I was helping out somebody who happened to be Muslim. And I'm sorry, but I will help anybody out if I can.
So it was purely a selfish motive for him. It
Yeah,
wasn't about your safety or anything.
Yeah, and I think what the thing I don't like with Nose is I've come to notice is there's a vindictiveness there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's what I can't warm to vindictiveness. If I see people, like I said, when I hear him talking about personal things, you know, like I told him.
What? Big Nose talks about personal things. Oh, your personal.
I know.
Right.
But
I thought you meant he was talking about his own personal stuff.
My personal stuff. I mean, and I just, you know, I kind of cheered something. It wasn't a major thing. You know, I thought I was waiting for some money from a claim. You know, I'm in the kind of final ends of this compensation claim. You know, in relation to my landlords, and it's all been agreed. So they're just delaying paying, basically. You know, which is the kind of usual thing. So once I get that, I'll take off somewhere. You know. But it's a considerable amount of money. And so many streams, almost nightly for a month. He just went on about my payment, and he hopes I doesn't get it, and he's praying to the oracle that I don't get it. Did you hear all that, Jason?
That's a little bit strange, yeah.
He was praying that you invest it in him.
Well, you know.
But that means he respects you. That means he respects you. Otherwise, he would not speak about you.
Yeah, I think Nose likes me, and I think he feels that I've let him down because I didn't come along on his narrative, and I didn't come along, you know, like with the membership thing, and I didn't, you know, I won't be controlled.
No,
that's right.
You understand what I mean? And I think I think probably on one level he probably respects me, like you're saying, because he knows I am my own person, and I won't, you know, follow it. But I have seen Nose, you know, when he gets bored with people. That's what I was saying earlier on, Jay. He does. Well, you know, he gets bored, and when you're the energy for that time, and he's loving it. And then when the new energy comes in, like I've seen him doing with Ravioli, you go down and he's like, oh, shut up, I'll ban you. The amount of times he's threatened to ban Ravioli for absolutely no reason. Do you know what I mean? And Ravioli really has been one of the biggest. I mean, for a long time he didn't join, but he definitely wouldn't have been the longest and strongest people there continuously on his channel.
OG supporter, yeah.
You know what I mean? His name is RT. Do you know who I mean, the man?
Yeah, Ravioli. But I'm saying he's like an OG supporter. Yeah, he may not have put money in, but he's been there from the beginning, and he's.
You know, I know he's taken out a membership now. He has joined because he's got the blue tick after his thing. So I think Nose does like me, and I do like Nose. I'm not going to disagree, say that I don't. But there's just some of the things I've seen playing out, and I just thought, sorry, I can't. That doesn't sit with me. So when he was kind of discussing on my personal business on the stream, and I'm not even on the stream, about my insurance, and then putting those videos up with me and this guy Hack, and with a really provocative tagline saying I'm like a traitor and a charlatan and all this kind of stuff. There's just somewhere you just think. I don't think Nose has a filter, and what I'm wondering is, you know, where he talks about Asperger's in his videos. You know, I thought, is he telling us something?
Yeah, I think he does a lot of projection. The amount of times I've gone on his channel and he's going, "Oh, you're just here to steal or you're just gonna make videos on me because you want to take my viewers, and your channel's not got any views." literally, I don't care. I don't even bring up the
No,
view.
no, I know you.
I'm not trying to pick myself up. I'm just
No,
saying.
no,
That,
I know, no, but you done a video. I met you in Speaker's Corner about a year ago, and you done a video. You know, we done a little piece for camera.
Yeah.
But even from day one, I could tell. You know, I know who you. You know, you can look at somebody. You can really quite quickly, without even having to get to know them very well. Think, no, I know what this person's about. Mostly, for the most, you know what I mean, Jay. You can make.
You don't know, but you know that I am trying to be as truthful as I can. You know,
Yeah,
I'm not
and
trying
because
to
you have to be in the. Yeah, you have to say the truth. Yeah.
let's get away from me because it wasn't meant to be about me. It was just going to be me saying that.
No, but I know, but the man,
Yeah.
I know. Like I said, I've looked at a lot of your stuff. You know, when you're having breaks from the coach, you know, doing this stuff, and I know you. It's for you. It's an interest. It's a hobby. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So it's that. It's not this. And I think no. I mean, I laugh. You know, I'm sure you both have heard this. You know, when he goes on about people taking out membership, especially in relation to me, and I won't take it out. He says it's not about the money; it's about the algorithm.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jay, I do crack up with that. You know, I just crack up. You know, because he's saying it's going to make me famous all over the world on YouTube. You know, they're going to be in fact he's talking about the Big Nose channel. I think Joe, he lives in. I like this is where
He's delusional.
He's delusional. I like those. I'm fond of him. There's an aspect of him I like, but there's parts of it.
You guys said it straight at the beginning, like he is entertaining, and I get that. But it's just like I said, I think it's dangerous when he tries to put the.
I'd be worried for his safety, the man. I would be.
And the lies. Sorry.
I would be concerned about his safety.
Who, his or mine?
Yeah, I would be concerned. In the long term, I would be concerned that something could happen to him, because I think because of the anonymity that him and the lieutenants have kind of given themselves, not so much. I would worry. They really, you know, I just sometimes think, oh God, you're very near the line where somebody could, you know, have a problem and could start to try to find you or something. I would just look at it and think, oh God, I'd be worried. Do you know what I mean? And it's kind of like you said, you can't speak the truth from that behind without a mask. Then you're speaking the wrong. The narrative.
But I'm sure if you had a point that you had to stand on, for example, like the Palestinians or something that you really felt passionate about.
Yeah.
You didn't turn up with a mask. You didn't hide it from people. You didn't, you know what I mean? You know that you might get flack for it, but you're standing by your principles. You're standing by your truth.
And I think even the Muslims say that. I've seen Muslims even saying that. You know, when they walk, he said, "Why you don't want to speak to me because I'm the big nose of London, and you know I'm going to beat you, and you can't beat me." I mean, I find it hilarious when he says it.
Yeah.
You know? And they say, "No, it's because you have a mask on." Simple as that. You're wearing a mask, you know. So why would we, you know? And he does that a lot with Zishan, and there's a few targets, you know, things. And I think, I don't know, you know, look, at the end of the day, there's many, you know, there's a guy, an Iranian, you know, Christopher, Jay?
Yes. Of course I do. We actually were friends.
Right. So now Christopher, I really like Christopher. There's a lovely
the convert. You're talking about the convert, right? From Islam to Christianity. Oh, yeah.
From Kurdistan, yeah.
Oh, I know. The young fella, short hair.
Short hair.
Did you say young?
Yeah. Is he not
young? No, not young. Okay. He's not that young.
Sorry.
He's about. No, he's about. We'd be very happy to hear you say that. He's about. I'd say he's in his 50s.
Okay. Yeah, definitely what I was thinking about.
Yeah, and I often see him. I've seen him sometimes in Notting Hill. Sometimes I go up to McDonald's for breakfast about once every 2 weeks. So it's not a regular thing. But I go up there because it's very inexpensive. So for $5.39 or $4.49, I can have a really nice breakfast. And he will be there on the street with a board. You know, come to
fantastic.
Yeah, so I admire people who are that. You know Sarah, Jay. Sarah, the born again Christian woman girl.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, she's English girl. She films from everywhere. One day she's in South Africa, next day she's in.
Okay.
in some parts
Oh
of
no, I don't
Africa.
know her. No, I thought somebody
Yeah.
else. No.
She's always with, Amy and John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's always with them. But she
Okay,
has
I know which one. Yeah. Now I know which one. Yeah.
Sarah's Ministries for Christ. Now,
Yeah.
I've had done stuff with her. I don't agree with her. There's no flexibility for me. There's no flexibility in her message. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I agree.
Uh,
I agree.
yeah. But I still admire her because I was saying to a few people, I would have imagined in the time of Christ that would have been she's very passionate,
Yeah.
irrespective of if she's right, wrong, whatever. She has conviction, and on that, I wish I had it. I'm a coward. Me, do you know what I mean? And I'm lazy, and I want an easy, comfortable life. I have my thoughts and I share them, but you won't see me going off to halfway across the world to spread the word of
Mm.
Jesus, even if I have a belief in Jesus. But I just think she's got such strong conviction. I have to have respect for her on that level. I do. Wouldn't have the same thinking about Amy and John. But Sarah, a lot of her, she was in Israel and she got a really hard time in Israel from the Orthodox Jewish kids.
Yeah,
I
I've
can
seen videos
imagine.
of people spitting on them as they're walking by.
Yeah. I mean, they just circled her, and so I have great respect for her in for what she does. Even if I have a different kind of thinking. But she's very, anybody who has something, and that's so it's kind of going back to nose is if Chris can come out as an Muslim from Kurdistan stroke Iran, because Kurdistan
Yeah.
is part on the borders of the four countries, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if he come out and convert and can come out and preach, do you know what I mean? And to thing without a mask, I don't see why nose can't.
But you see, Christopher.
Sorry.
Christopher was attacked several times at Speaker's Corner.
Really?
Yeah, of course. He told me about it. He told me that there's a cut on his nose bridge, and he said that the Muslims attacked him. They hurt him quite a few times. So, and yet he still stands his ground. He's still
Yeah.
He stands in what he believes in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
he's absolutely amazing. He's absolutely
yeah,
amazing.
I love the list to me. When I go to McDonald's, he knows my name, and he always comments on my smile. He says, "Damien, I love your smile." I say, okay,
How often do you see him? How often do you see him?
I haven't seen him. No, I haven't seen him for a couple of months. Now I haven't really been down in Speaker's Corner since the weather has kind of changed. But I would see him. I think he's on a Thursday. He would be in Notting Hill.
Please, next time you see him, please tell him to send my greetings from his Christian brother. He will know exactly whom you're talking about.
Will I
guarantee you.
Say J Fu?
No, don't say J Fu. He doesn't know.
Your name. Okay.
You just say Christian brother, and I assure you he will know whom you're talking about.
Yeah. I love it.
You're going to see a smile on his face. Let's put it this way.
Okay, right. Okay. He's a lovely guy. He's very. There's a lot of people there that are, that they stand out in a kind of quiet way for me. They're not shouting. It's like God Logic as well.
I was just going to say the same thing you said about God Logic.
They're not shouting.
Gentle breeze.
There's a gentle breeze, just like guys.
Yeah. Absolutely. He's one of them.
I think, yeah. And so I think the old adage with nose of, the excuse of the mask. Now, I have seen nose being threatened by a masked Muslim guy, young guy, and I was standing beside him when it happened. And I could see this guy's eyes, and it really frightened me, even though it wasn't directed at me. I thought, oh, this guy, there's something that's not right here. And the fact that he's covering himself and everything. Well, I just think if you're going to speak your truth, show your face. Don't hide from behind the mask, or then find a different route. Don't come out, do it a different way,
J Fu carries a sign saying, "I challenge Allah," standing there, no mask, no nothing.
Gee, that's why I haven't seen you. I probably have seen you, but I don't recognize you. not know your face.
I wonder how come I have not seen you. We must have seen each other. We just don't realize it now.
Yeah, I was. Well, I used to live across the road for 25 years.
Lucky
In,
you.
yeah. But so I had a flat opposite. Do you remember? You know, Grosvenor Square,
Yeah.
where the old American embassy was before they were
Yeah,
kicked,
of course I do. Yeah.
when they kicked their ass down to Elephant and Castle. I just find that hilarious. But anyway, I used to live opposite there. So I had a nice,
Nice.
you know,
Bentley's dealership is there too, right? Bentley's
yeah,
or Rolls Royce.
that's in Park Lane. Yeah, I was a few streets behind. I was down near Duke Street,
Okay.
about 100 yards of Foxton Street. So
Nice.
I had a Peabody flat there, and so I lived there for many, many years. Lovely flat. And then I had the neighbor from hell situation after a while, and anyway, it was what it was. But I decided it was only bricks and mortar, so my mental health was the most important thing. So now I moved to a house. So I live in a house now with two neighbors in Labrador, and it was the best thing I ever did. The area is brilliant. So what I do now is I sell china, antique china. I don't make a lot of money. I don't sell a huge amount, but so I go up on Fridays and Saturdays to the market in Portobello, and all the dealers know me, and I get my bits and pieces, come back, photograph, list them, and that's what I do. So and it's a great area to live. So there's all the coffee shops, all the food places. Have you been to Portobello, Demon?
Probably driven through. I honestly can't remember.
Yeah, it's a great place. There's a great. So I've got just across the road. I have it's a very Moroccan area.
Okay, then yeah, I think I've been through there. Yeah, now that you mentioned that.
They have all the Moroccan food stands on it's called the Goulburn Road. So there's like 5, 6 different stands, like portable caravan type places along the road selling different Moroccan food. So today I went and had kofta with mint tea with jasmine. The taste is it's the jasmine that gives it the.
Sounds good.
Oh, especially when you're sitting there in the freezing cold, Jerry. Do you know what I mean? And so I go there, and the Jamal, who's from Morocco, oh my friend, there's just a lot of warmth here. You know what I mean? And he's like, my friend, how are you? Sit down. And it said to me before, if ever you don't have money, don't let that stop you coming, because they'll come. So there's a giving here. You know what I mean? You still have to have your wits about you.
But you build relationships and.
Well, yeah, I don't get over. I have friends here. I don't get over involved. I have my people that I think, I'm happy to see when I see them. There's other people, obviously, that I keep a bit of a distance from. I don't know. I try not to be rude to anybody. There's a few people who are down on their uppers, so to speak. You know what I mean? And I try to be giving. And if I'm not, I try to pass that away to them in a nice way. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying not to push people away, because at the end of the day, when someone's on their uppers, I'm always in a better position on the material level. Do you know what I mean? And I always try to remember that and say that to people. Always remember, you have a bed for the night. You're not craving a drug or a drink or whatever. So
you've got both eyes. You could see. You could speak. You could talk. You could walk. There's people out there.
Well, kind of a thing, and I think as you just get to a point in your life, and you just recognize that we're not. With the way the world is going, man, I suppose I'm kind of thinking I'm getting my card key to my card. I just feel like we just don't know. Do you know what I mean? So, and I have a lot going on as well, on a personal level. So I think I'm come into that awareness of. It's just as much as you can, Damien, try to be smiley and loving and not say, how are you? Do you know what I mean? Just give of your heart. Do you know what I mean? As much as you can. You can't give your bank balance to to everybody, but as much as
it's the small ripples. All you can do is a small ripple, and it has a knock-on effect. Maybe that person that you smile to is now in a better mood because they saw someone smiling back at them, and now
I always say that, man. I've had that experience. I always say that. I remember one time I was in where I really that came home to play for me. I was on the way to an appointment many years ago, and I'd gone into a hardware store. I needed to get a clothesline for my roof in my previous flat. And basically, this guy was just obviously phobic. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I said, "Excuse me, can you help me?" And he said, "I got really aggressive. I'm busy with this customer," but it wasn't a normal aggression. Do you know what I mean? And I just thought, "All right, this is coming from somewhere else." And I went out, and I felt very powerless
Mm-hmm.
because of what had happened. You know, I wasn't able to obviously come back for many reasons. He was a big guy, and you know, so I wasn't able to really deal with it, but I felt it and I internalized it, and I thought, oh, God, you recognize. And I thought, that doesn't feel nice. That what's just happened there. I
Mm-hmm.
feel it. You know, I was attacked, even though it was just a verbal. But I went to my appointment, and I remember I went in and I wanted to offload that emotion that he'd given me to somebody else.
Because you were carrying it all that
Because
time.
I'm
You were thinking
carrying
about
it.
it. Yes. Yeah.
And I thought I didn't deserve it, so why should I? It's not mine. Why I want to give it to somebody else?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was my instant thing. And then I went up to the reception where I was going, and something in my head said, "Damien, don't do this."
Good man. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is girl who you're going to interact with. What will happen? It all played through my head really quickly. It said, "This girl, she'll pick up. She won't understand what you're going to get to do to her, where it's coming from. She'll pick up the phone and she'll do this like the ripple. She'll do the same to the person on the phone, and they'll go on and they'll go on and they'll go on and they'll go." She said, "So Damien, just end it here. Just say, feel it, allow it to be. Go through, say hello. Yes, my name is so so. I have to blah blah." And I did. So
can I ask you a quick question? Sorry. When that guy said that to you, did you give him any response, or did you just walk out?
No, I didn't. I was shocked.
Mm.
I think I was thrown by it because it's not something I often get.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? I think
I've got a suggestion.
Mm.
Give him kindness. Say, "Oh yeah, no problem."
Well,
you know where his thing is coming from.
Yeah, yeah.
The thing is, as soon as he's trying to offload it to you, by you just thinking it is more than likely going to be from a bad place, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Think he's busy. Say, "Yeah, no problem."
Yeah.
He keeps that negative energy, and hopefully he will then reflect on, why was I rude to this guy and he was nice to me?
Totally. I'll tell you a funny story around that. I used to work up at the BBC in Watford many years ago. So I was there for a few years, and basically I used to drive home, at the end of an evening, doing my thing. And then basically, I remember just driving down the dual carriageway. I can't remember which one it was, the A4 or something, whatever it was. About 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was packed. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
And as we're driving, the traffic was just not moving. And there was a guy, I could eyeball him from the side, coming out of a side road. But I could see, let me in to the queue. Right? And I just thought I could see he was getting ready to that. So I waited. I let the cars in front of me kind of go. And I could never understand this. You know, when people have this reaction when the traffic can't move, why are you beeping your horns?
It's not going to make it go faster. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So a few seconds and you do bringing all that on yourself is not going to change the situation. I see it a lot in Level Grove, especially on a Friday. So basically, I just sat there and I let the cars drive a little bit ahead so there was a gap. And I said, "There you go, my friend, come in." And he was like, he couldn't cope. He went,
that's it. You changed his day. You changed his day.
Yeah. Because all this stuff is other people's stuff.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? And when we can recognize that and recognize that in that moment, it's not that important for me to, "No, mate, you're not coming in. No, lock horns, why not?"
You don't need to clash with egos. No.
It's ego. It's all ego.
Yeah.
But there's no value in it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to get home any quicker. So all I'm doing is letting one car. But I'll never forget his reaction. And kind of goes back to what you were just saying before. So that he may have gone off and thought, "God, I wasn't expecting that. Maybe I must change my way of." It's all a ripple. I do believe it's two roads. You know, it's the higher self, the lower self.
Yeah.
You know, if I got to go down that kind of way. So it's kind of, you can either go down the positive as much as you can, and of trying not to get into the conflict of the lower self. And the low, most people generally are the lower self is very at play on the planet. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
as much as we can, if we can stay, and it can be just some small little things keeping us in a certain place, and thinking, right, okay. And it's sometimes, I'm sure life is like a minefield. Just trying to avoid the next, ordinance that's going to explode in your face. You know what I mean? So I think it's important to kind of recognize the unimportance of things, and so not to give
Yeah.
that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah? And not get drawn into something that's actually not important. It's not important if you get an extra second, or that person got served before you. Maybe they got served before you for a whole host of different reasons. It might not. Don't always turn it back to you, like you were saying, the man, the ego. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I've had situations where like I'm driving and I've accidentally like just blanked someone. I was like, I could have given them away. I had lots of space at the time, but I didn't see them till the last minute because I was focused on something else and thinking about something else. And then because I've had that personal experience, and I'm like, sorry, dude, even though he can't see me or hear me, I'm just saying in my head like, sorry, dude, next time I'll get you. When I do have someone then cut me up or not give me way, I'm like, maybe they didn't see me. Maybe it's one of those situations. I'm not going to take it as a personal attack. I'm just going to take it as a. Sometimes people have other things on their mind, or
it's
maybe
not all about us.
No, it's not. It really isn't.
This is what it is. We go straight into it, and we thought about us. I tell you a classic thing where that happened to me. There was a period of time many years ago. I was going through a difficult time, and I'm sober now 20 years. But in my early years of sobriety, I was very angry. A lot of emotion came up unresolved, the stuff that I was suppressed through the years. Too much, and so that when that all kind of came up, it was hard. I'm not going to lie, and I did use the Samaritans, the phone service, for many years. I'd say the first 5 years, and I just find it very helpful because I could just unload, and that's what they're there for. God bless them. But it just helped me shift that energy. Sometimes I got so trapped in anxiety, I wasn't able to get out of it. But by able to having somebody at the other end, it was a lifesaver.
Getting it off your chest and actually airing it out.
You're really releasing, it is totally about that. It's not about trying to work anything out or understand it. It's just recognizing that you're in that space. Something's trying to raise itself in you, and sometimes you just. And I'd always find that when I had a conversation, wherever it was, whether the counselor or the Church of Martins, where I became quite focused, it might be a particular thing I was kind of talking about, and I was kind of really stripping it away to the core of that particular issue. That was usually when I really felt the most, kind of shift, because I was really working at something very core, But basically, what was I going to say?
While you think about that, I was just going to add to what you just said. That is what the spiritual journey is. The spiritual journey isn't an outward journey. It's an internal journey. It's about understanding yourself, understanding why you feel these things, and trying to work through them so that you don't allow them to be in control of you. Like the example of where you were given that phobic hatred, you didn't then pass it on to someone else because you were doing that internal work as you were going there.
Oh no, 100%. Yeah, no, I don't know what I was going to say. It was. I think I realized. When you get you're on track, then
it just goes. It's okay. It'll come back to you when it's time. I just wanted to see if Jay Fu had anything to add because we've been talking.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm enjoying the conversation. Yeah. And I do vent out at the speaker's corner. Daman probably seen me doing that. And but otherwise, actually, journey is inward and outward. It's both. It's not just inward.
Absolutely, but I think absolutely. There's a lot on the outward I could do, and I think it's. I think I'm getting to an age where I'm becoming more aware about not leaving things to chance and thinking, well, Damien, stop thinking about it. Stop procrastinating. Start doing.
Take the leap of faith.
Well, just to kind of I think you got to put something in to get something out, don't you?
Mhm.
So, but for me, a lot of the time, I struggle with a lot of the basic stuff, for a lot of different reasons. So, for me, a lot of the time, it can just be washing the dishes, getting the bathroom cleaned.
Mhm.
I can really go down on and let things slip,
Mhm.
because of my mood, and then I can come back up again and just get things done and have a bit of music on, and make. I've had a pretty decent Christmas wise in the sense of it's all simple stuff, food wise. Um, so for me, a lot of it is about the basics. It's about having a nice meal,
Is that
keeping
self
getting.
love? Is that
It's
taking care
that,
of
I
yourself?
suggest I
that's
suggest to have visitors more often. Have
Yeah.
I've
visitors more often.
Yeah. No, it definitely helps. Definitely
Yeah,
helps.
I don't really have most of my thing is outside, Jay. I don't really have visitors at the house. I don't really have people. Uh, I'll have to get somebody in to clean my piano. Obviously, I'm
Nice
joking.
one.
No, I'm kidding. I've seen all these screens that are Jay or the man. Is that
No,
your
no, 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 no. No, I
because
think I AI generated it just so I could throw people off because it wasn't one of the. I used to have the same one you have as a basic,
I
but I bought.
thought you did. I was going to say I remembered you having this, and
You moved in.
how you could tell the AI one was that when your head ever you moved your head, something would happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So there was quite an obvious thing, and I can see it there, but I don't mind. But it's a nice. It beats because I'll tell you what it was. I was on I think Hamza's Den one night, and somebody commented on my dishes. So I had all the dishes in the back, and I just don't care at that time.
Yeah.
And I got mostly pretty positive comments from most of the people that were commenting. Somebody said, "Isn't it lovely to see I think it was an old man being so open to learning." I just thought, all right, okay. Even, even though I didn't know who it was, I
You could get
kind of
young.
thought,
You could get filters that make you look younger as well if you'd like.
well, yeah, well, yeah, I don't want to go, I don't want to go that far, but, but I think when I seen it, I kind of felt that was coming from a kind of. But somebody commented on my dishes. Look at see the dishes in the background, and then somebody else come back and counteracted the comment saying, so there was a lot of support there. But it was why are you looking at the dishes? Concentrate on what you say,
Mm.
and I kind of thought, well, let this. Okay, the God Logic had a brilliant stream on. I think it was last night or the night before, where he had all Muslims. He doesn't normally do this, but he had about 6 Muslims all on the same time. Did you see that?
No, no, I haven't watched them in a little while to be
Oh,
honest.
it's so funny, the man. If you get enough, and he's sitting there eating popcorn as they're all attacking each other.
Yeah, because they can never agree. The dude, one person's been told one lie, one person's been told another lie, one person's been told a third lie, and then they just let them
This was to watch this.
genius.
There was well, he had one guy on who was from the Nation of Islam, and then he
Mm.
had another person said basically what you were saying. Oh, you're not reading Muslim, blah blah. But he was just sitting there with the popcorn, and that smile he brings in, and he was going. And there was about 6 of them, all shouting in with the silence. It was the most funniest of things I've seen, and it was funny, but it was more his. He didn't have to do, and he didn't say anything. He just like keep bringing. I just enjoy my popcorn. I'm loving this. So
Could I suggest something?
yeah,
Um,
go on. Yeah.
could I suggest that perhaps, because this is very nice and easy conversation, and I really enjoy it. Listening, it's very relaxing. I'm not wired up like
No,
after.
no, yeah,
If you want, I
yeah,
could call you a charlatan a few more times.
No, no, wait. Hold on.
yeah.
The
Yeah.
suggestion is that perhaps we can arrange a next time meeting, and let's say get on some more like some
Yeah, yeah,
profound subjects,
Oh yeah,
be it
definitely.
and just
absolutely, Jason.
since there's this relaxed mood, we can all learn from each other. So let's say
But Jafu, if you see me at Speaker's Corner, point yourself out to me.
absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
You know,
down
because
this week as well.
I probably do know you. I probably will. I probably look at you.
We know each other. I'm sure we know each other. We just don't connect the
Yeah.
dots right now, but I'm sure we know each other. I've been there for years now, so I don't know, 5-6 years. I'm
I
sure
was
we know
going,
each other.
I've been going for about 30 years, and then I moved here about 10 years ago. And I wasn't really into the religious thing. I used to go there for entertainment. I lived near, you know, it was a thing to do when the Sunday was nearby. And then I basically moved, and for a good few years, I didn't go. I would go to, you know, go to my local market and stuff. And then I started going back. It's only in the last 4 or 5 years I started looking at things religiously, you know, and
All right.
and stuff. So I'm kind of now to start to go back and get into some debates with Muslims about certain things. But there's some brilliant people there. Do you know who's great?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know Manuel, the Spanish guy with the beard? He's very biblical. He looks like one of the apostles. Do you know who I mean?
No.
There's videos of him on YouTube debating with Siraj.
Well, I know Siraj. Every time he runs away. I tell you a funny thing about Siraj.
I like
So when
Siraj.
so first time I brought my sign, I challenged Allah. So I'm saying he came around and he was dressed in all these gold robes and everything.
Sorry.
He was acting like a rabid dog. He was
Wow.
running around me while looking at that sign. And he just could not contain himself. Back and forth, back and forth. He was just circling, and he didn't know what to do
But
because.
what?
Anyway, it was just really funny. I know this guy. I did speak with him a few times, but his knowledge is very limited. So he's and
Sorry, you're talking about Manuel?
no, I'm talking about Siraj.
Oh, right, no, yeah, you know, I'm talking about Manuel. So
Yeah.
he did do. I'll tell you. Here was the story. He did a debate with Siraj about maybe 2 months ago.
Okay.
And it's online. You can see if you type in Manuel Siraj Speaker's Corner, you'll see him. And
All right.
he's very, 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 very. He's very, very well read. He knows his stuff, you know, and comes from a very, you know, when he's debating with Siraj, you say, Siraj, that's not what I asked you. Can you please come back? You know, so you know, Siraj is like a butterfly. He's flying around. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Manuel is almost like this fatherly figure saying, Siraj, please come back into the now. You know, while we're talking about. So he was talking about some verse in the thing about, you know, the blood sacrifice, and about something in the Old Testament saying, not sacrificing children. About children, there was a point where children were sacrificed or killed or something. And then he was trying to compare it to the crucifixion, basically. It's in some way, you'll see it in the video. And Manuel was saying that, however the verse was saying, was referring to the children of God. And then Siraj was basically saying, but Jesus is the children. You know, so he was moving the goalposts. You know, the Muslim shuffle.
Yeah.
So it was quite interesting to watch that happening. So I like to think, Siraj, you're not doing yourself any favors there at all, mate. You know what I mean? So,
No.
but what I was going to say about Siraj, and I'll tell you another person. You know Lamin.
Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah. And I like Lamin. I had quite an interesting talk with him a couple of weeks ago. They're two people that I would think. I wouldn't surprise me, is what I would say, if they converted to Christianity.
What do you reckon?
They wouldn't surprise me. I'm just saying. I'm not saying they would now, but I think it wouldn't surprise me. Now, I'll tell you an interesting story. I was watching, you know, EF Dawa?
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah. You have terrible arrogance there. Yeah.
So bad.
Yeah.
Muris goes on there quite a bit, doesn't he? That Muris guy. Muris, the guy you mentioned earlier, the American guy who's converted.
Well,
He goes on there.
I usually see Abbas, who I see Speaker's
the
Corner,
doctor, yeah.
the Dr. Imran, and a guy called Ajas.
Oh, Ijaz, yes. Oh, yeah.
He looks like he's in a place in an arcade, like a games arcade, in those, you know, those chairs where you're sitting, where you're playing in computer, you know, like racing track or something.
Yeah.
He looks like he's in that kind of a thing. But but Ajaz is good. I have to say, I watched something the other night with them, and Ajaz is very. He comes out with very good points and arguments. He doesn't condescend, whereas Abbas is very arrogant.
Mhm.
And I thought I'd say it to him the next time I see it, because
Honestly,
yeah.
sorry, go for it. I was just going to say, honestly, from my experience, all of them are quite arrogant. From what I've
Yeah.
seen.
I don't like Imran, Dr. Imran. There's something very arrogant about him. There's something almost like aggressive about him. I find him quite intimidating. But Abbas, I just find he likes to make a mockery. He mocks people.
Yes.
Mhm.
So he had.
Which,
Sorry, Jake.
but yeah, I agree with you entirely. And actually, I'm thinking. My thought is always, why other Muslims do not hold them back and say, "This is you're actually putting a bad name on our on our religion by having such a arrogant person, talking about it."
They do in the chat. I've seen that Muslims say that in the chat in Hamza's Den. They're saying exactly that. I've seen Muslims commenting to Hamza saying,
That's interesting.
Yeah, no, I've seen it a lot. So, like when I've done a stream with them, and then I've kind of come off and I've done a check on the comments, I've seen a lot of people I get a lot of support. I get some criticizing, I have to have a bit of a dig. But I've also seen people come in and have a go at Hamza and different people saying, why did you behave like that? This is not good. So there are people there. I think we have to, there is that kind of Dawa group of people within that all stick to the same narrative. You're wrong, and and there's nothing will that thing that we would recognize as humility of recognizing when something is not right. That they won't come from that; they'll blame you. Do you know what I mean?
It's your fault for not understanding. It's not their fault for not being able to explain it. It's your fault for not understanding.
It's always your fault. Do you know what I mean? So they had, Frank, the Australian, the guy. He does a lot of the Muslim live streams, and so he often comes on. And have you seen him, J. Frank?
Maybe I'm not sure right now. Yeah.
Right. So he comes on a lot of the Hamza's Den and different things, quite regularly. And so he came on the other night, and the Abbas just at the beginning, just kind of, I don't think they realize how idiotic they look when they behave like this. So,
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I said, you don't get it. And he was mocking Frank right from the beginning. He was going, "Oh, Frank, why do you always do like this? I'm only joking with you, my friend." I'm like, "Wait, why are you being like that?" And then he said, "So what is it about your pagan? Why does you're pagan? You follow this pagan tradition of Christmas?" And he said, "It's not." He said, "We just celebrate Christmas, And I'd be the person, like I'm sure you guys would as well. As we probably say we don't know when Christ was born, whether it was March or September. But that's the time of the year we just celebrate that event. And, when it's Eid and Ramadan, I send my friends messages saying Happy Eid, or, Ramadan Mubarak, whatever. So where does this mean-heartedness, mean-spirited way, it just doesn't do them any favors when they go into that kind of an energy. I don't think they realize that there will be a lot of their own cohorts looking at, thinking, no, sorry, this is just not.
It's the first tactic of gangs recruiting people to sell their drugs, destroy the person's self-esteem, so that they then have to rely on you.
It is totally. It is dehumanize the person, and this is a very Dawa tactic. And I've seen it, and I'm going to eventually start to say it because I really start to see it very clearly playing out.
The more you see it, the more evident it becomes, and you see, like I said,
totally 100%. Yeah,
that's why I say I see it in Big Nose as well. Like when he's going charlatans, this, I'm like, you're using the same tactics as the Dawa guys, but you're now doing it for the British. Like you're on the side of the British using the same tactics that they use.
We don't even know who he is.
Sorry, not to bring it back to him, but it was just
you know what I mean.
That tactic isn't just the Dawa guys; it is anyone who's just trying to spread hate, anger, mistrust, and trying to manipulate people to their narrative.
But when they go, demand into that energy, they lose their credibility. They don't get it. They don't recognize.
But you see,
sorry, Jay,
Damien. You said something very important right now. Energy. See, when you go to the speaker's corner, most of the Muslims, there are a few Muslims who don't have it, but most of them, their energy sucks.
Absolutely, I agree.
They act like they are possessed.
I've seen them spewing. I've seen before I became into the looking at scripture. There was a time where I thought I've seen people where they're like what's the word? Foaming at the mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, something's not right here, you know.
As I said, there are a few exceptions.
Of course. But at Speaker's Corner, the majority are going to be like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's that says a lot.
Yeah. I don't think there's many. I don't think there's many. I'm trying to think of somebody who would.
The Indian-looking Ahmadi. They call him.
Is that Adnan?
I think that's his name.
Yeah. Is he?
That's a very nice man. That's a very nice man.
Yeah.
With a grey beard, and you know.
Quite tall. I think did he used to be a cricketer or something, a professional cricket player or something? He's quite broad, yeah.
I must be thinking about the wrong guy.
There's one now. The only reason I say that he's in relation to what you said, Jay, about the Ahmadi, is they do a load of live streams around that, and he's on them. There's a load of live streams about Kadani, question the Kadani, and I've seen him on them. But I was still confused whether he was criticizing them or he was. I wasn't sure. The one I know is a guy called Adnan something. He's quite tall, broad. He's obviously quite smiley, but also quite sarky as well. So I'm not sure.
J-Fu, just a quick question. You said you wanted to do some deeper topics. Is there any particular one that you wanted to do, just so I can set up the right title?
Well, first of all, I thought suggestion would be start something like free will. Since you put that on the video on that video clip with a big nose.
Yeah.
I thought looking at it like from a thoughtful point of view. And like it's not like we're going to be interrupted by a big nose when we speak about it.
I'd kick him off. He's kicked me off his stream. If I had something to say, so I'm not. Yeah, cool. I could do the same.
That would be funny.
But yeah, no, free will's good. I've done a video on it previously. Where I discussed free will and determinism. So yeah, if you guys are into that topic, yeah, I could do another open discussion.
And then we can go into spiritual matters. We can take off. You know.
Yeah, I'll tell you. My kind of stuff would be in the esoteric. I think were you trying to say that word yesterday or today?
Esoteric.
Yeah, no, I think the man was trying to say the word, weren't you?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Was it you? You were saying you
I would often say that word with big nose, esoteric, because that's my passion. By the way,
that's where I would kind of that would be more my lenience. I mean, I look at all the stuff, but I think I'd be coming more from that kind of that kind
excellent. Excellent. Esoteric matters to me are my passion, and actually Gnostic understanding of certain matters, leaving aside that of course Gnosticism means it's based on the inner knowledge. It can be beautifully explored. You know, the nature of the human being, or even the creation of a human being from the esoteric point of view, instead of having the simplistic, like let's say in Islam, also in the Judeo-Christian understanding, God made people out of clay or shiny clay or dust. Looking at it,
that's got esoteric value to it as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hold on one second.
I'm sorry.
Do you actually believe you're made of clay?
Not that I'm made of clay, but I treat myself like clay. I did a stream about this a little while back, where when you're making something out of clay, first you need to make sure that the clay is purified, because if there's any rocks or anything inside the clay, when you go to fire it up and make it hard, those rocks can explode and ruin what you're trying to make. So when you're trying to create yourself, when you're working on your character and you're doing that work, inner work, what you're doing with that inner work is you're sifting through the clay that is you, and you're molding it the way you want to without any of the crap that's going to ruin the final product when you put it through the fire.
Well, I'll give you a simple example. Are you aware of so-called golden proportions that are embedded in your body?
Yeah, the golden ratio.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that. No.
You see, that's already extremely important, in my view, to understand. Wait a minute. So there's a clay, and there's suddenly geometry. And suddenly geometry is embedded in clay. So we already know that. So it probably would be nice if you prepared a video about the geometry and the ratio.
The golden ratio. Yeah.
You're not referring at all, J-Fu, to the Fibonacci sequence, are you?
Yeah,
No, by no means.
No,
I find that fascinating.
Fibonacci leads to the golden ratio, I believe.
Well, yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Now, Fibonacci numbers, we'll be discussing about the geometry within the nature, but also within the solar system, and the movements of the planets
above,
and
so
how
below.
beautifully they are synchronized. That there's mathematical and geometrical order in the solar system. That's entirely different thing. But we're talking about the human body. So let's say the esoteric understanding of the creation of human body would be something to start with. Are we made of clay, or if there'll be so, why there'll be need for geometry suddenly, specific geometry in addition to it? So I think
I'm just wondering, how could we be made of clay? Yeah, you're saying the bone. Are you talking about where we become bone?
No, the whole concept. But perhaps there's a meaning behind it. It'll be nice.
I was talking more metaphorically. We're made of clay. We use
right.
we're made of clay.
I thought you were talking.
mold ourselves.
I thought you were talking. You were meaning about how we create the best
versions of ourselves,
version of ourselves that we want to be,
as if we're working with clay.
Sifting through the bad bits through the sieve to get rid of. So we're constantly moving into.
That's more of the spiritual journey rather than the actual creation process, because I think that's what J-Fu was talking about. He's talking about the whole creation process, that how you go from an embryo into this thing that goes by the golden.
I think he's talking about the
ratio.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is he referring to the biblical text about Adam?
Yeah, that's a good question. Are you referring that golden ratio thing back to the biblical text as to say how?
Well,
Adam was made of clay, isn't it?
Well, the Bible says the man was again. Well, you see, this is the reason why I thought perhaps it would be nice to explore that, and perhaps at some point, and maybe not today, but at some point.
We'll do a deep dive. I've written it down, the golden ratio, so definitely going to do that as well. So I've got about 3 suggestions from you there, which I like.
I've got a lot of stuff I can tell you. I work with details that, but in relation to the esoteric. A lot of stuff that metaphysical would be the word I use now, into things I experienced, and why I am where I am. Basically.
Very nice.
Yeah, pretty my and it's not stuff that I've ever shared on any of the live streams that I've been on, in the sense.
So it'd be a Damon's Golden Dragon exclusive.
It would be. It's just not something, because. At the end of the day, I recognize other people's energy, and I recognize where I would be setting myself up for ridicule. So
I don't think Daman or myself would ever.
That's what I'm saying.
Would never cross our minds. They would never cross our minds to look.
Yeah, that's why I say what I would do here, J-Fu.
There's more understanding.
I'd be discerning where I share that information.
Yeah.
because it's my truth, and that's why I say I would share it here because I can see you both, but I wouldn't have I wouldn't share that.
Not on Hamster's Den, no.
No, I wouldn't. No, definitely not. Definitely not my hamster.
Oh, well,
I
have a
might
big
share
nose.
yeah, definitely no. I just wouldn't. I think your truth is your truth, and I think be very careful with your truth because and who you reveal it to, because the thing is a lot of people, and I'm saying this now I think I'm saying it from a grounded side, but you got to be careful. A lot of people are just in a different place in the in the road, and when you come out with something that they can't understand or relate to, and you see this within in the JavaScript, is their instant reaction is to go into
Demonize and
into defense and to attack
yeah,
because they're not open.
Well, I think Jesus would be the best example of this, where he turned up, he had a certain level of spiritual understanding, and then he got killed for it.
Yeah, he was.
Sorry, Jay, if we're going.
Well, Damien, I would like to express my gratitude to what you're saying, and perhaps you will start something. I have no idea if there are any listeners, by the way, as we speak.
There's a few listeners. It's about 6.
Oh, so perhaps somebody else who also will come along.
Well,
and also will
started small at one time.
yeah, and also I would share. I would also. I'm not afraid of sharing some of my esoteric experience, and perhaps that can. And the thing is, we can learn. We can also learn from each other, because these matters are very powerful. They're not some. These are very serious matters.
I don't. Sorry, Jay, to interrupt you, but you know what? I normally kind of click through all the lives just to see what's of interest. But I don't see. I very rarely see happening. I mean, I can see if I want to look at something in depth, like a video wise. But I very rarely see a live discussion on the esoteric on YouTube.
No,
which
true.
is just an interesting thing.
I think it's just like you said, though, Damien. It's because people are at different levels, and with esoteric knowledge, you don't want to start confusing those people who maybe haven't got to that level of understanding yet, because it could end up hindering them rather than actually helping them.
But I'm just surprised that there's all this different things for all the different faiths, debates around that with all the different players and actors involved. But I'm just surprised that there isn't any. Well, I mean, we've just come here by accident to this point that we are in this moment. Where this discussion is just kind of organically
evolved.
When I said this word to It Knows, he really didn't like that, and he actually banned people from supporting me for using the word organic.
Funny, that's funny.
Yeah, but it is, because I said to him, look, I said in the chat one time, he was like, become a member, blah, 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 blah. I said, look, isn't it better that your channel grows organically, meaning it's growing because people want to involve, all of that. And then I think it was Huff Puff. Do you know Huff Puff, Jack?
Yeah.
And I think, actually, there might have been Hannah Jinx. Have you ever seen Hannah Jinx?
Never seen her or him. Is it him or her?
It's a guy. Have you seen him, Jacob?
I don't think so.
He's an Australian guy, and he comes up. Sometimes he'll show his face, and he gets really aggressive with Nose. Not in an aggressive, but he's had a few swearing matches with Nose on the live streams, and on showing his face as well. And Nose he's very opinionated, but it's very funny to watch. But Nose banned him. So I mean, have you read? So when I use the word organic, saying no, it's just if something's going to grow, and it organically grows, it's because it's a reflection on you. Do you know what I mean? Was the point I was trying to make? So don't try to, like I think you said, don't try to blackmail people into. I think you were saying that earlier on. You might have said it in the comments or in the video. Don't try to blackmail people into things. If they're not coming, what did Jesus say, J. Fu? something about do something and the rest will follow. Am I referring that to Jesus?
I think no.
There's a saying about when you just do something, the rest will follow.
Yeah,
There's
it's like
No,
living by
it's about the
example.
voice of the shepherd. It's about the voice of the shepherd.
Right.
Now
What's the saying?
the sheep know the voice of the shepherd, and they will not
Right.
follow anyone else but the shepherd. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't think so. I think I know what he's talking about. I think it may just be a saying.
It's a very. I think it's supposed to be a famous saying about. It's saying do something and the rest will follow, like as a natural. It may be just a saying and
If you
usually the
knock,
right.
the doors will open.
Well, it's not that side, but it's that kind of it's in that kind of thing of if you do the right thing, put your head in the right place, give the right energy out, all the rest will follow you behind. But I thought there was a saying in the Bible. Have you read? No, I think I know the man's answer will be yes to this. Have you read Eckhart Tolle, Jaipur?
No.
Do you know Eckhart Tolle, Daman?
I
The power of now.
was given this book many moons ago. I
Yeah,
only got up to page 33. Funnily enough.
Well, you got
Remember.
farther than I did. I've got his book up there. His first book was The New Earth.
Mhm.
The Power of Now is the second one. I have another book from him sitting up on my shelf called Stillness Speaks.
Stillness speaks. I like that.
Stillness Speaks. Now, I just find even just that phrase, Stillness Speaks, because we're always in. When you look at, we're always in avoidance.
Mhm.
We're always doing something to keep busy because we don't want to be ourselves. But and it could be that's really the form of addiction in a lot of it. When you look at people who are in addiction, it's because a lot of it's trauma. They don't want to go where the actual answer is. It's in that feeling that they're avoiding is where the truth is, and that is the healing. You know what I mean? So it's that contradiction that's actually going on. So, and I think I was very lucky, in my early years sober. Of even though I was really struggling with my emotions, I was suffering really, really overwhelming anxiety in the early years. But I think I had an internal knowledge within my self awareness of Damien, the onion is peeling because you've kept everything down and it's coming out. And this, the saying, Jay, you'll know the saying, and they say this in AA. This too will pass.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
let me just say something. I did study a very interesting subject, which is based on esoteric knowledge.
Mhm.
I did spend years studying theosophy, anthroposophy, and
I don't know what they mean, Jay.
oh,
You need
okay.
to,
So study
you
of
need
nature
to
of God, but also study of nature of man from spiritual point of view. And
right.
also, actually, I would study. I don't know if you ever heard of this Austrian philosopher, Rudolf Steiner, who introduced a very specific form of education, which is very liberating. There are schools all over the world. It's
Is
the
the
second most.
Alexander technique?
No, it's called
Right.
Rudolf Steiner. Rudolf Steiner was the name of the philosopher, and the
Right. Okay.
schools are anyhow. And this is all based on a specific philosophy, which has slight connection with theosophy, which was very big at the beginning of 20th century, especially in America and Western Europe. So I will share some of the experience that I have acquired throughout the years.
When you say theosophy, Jay Fu, are you going down the path to Madame Blavatsky?
A little
Right.
bit,
I used to go to. Do you know the Theosophical Society?
of course.
Right. In Baker Street, yeah.
Not in England, in America,
All
but
right.
also I'm aware of it here. Yeah, of course.
Okay. So I used to go to the one in Baker Street. I used to do meditation in the Baker Street one,
All
and
right.
with this guy who was an ex-military, 6 years. 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 like a major in the army, and he really was like that. You know, those kind of people that, in a general rule, you'd be very cautious because they'd be so regimented in how they communicate with you and interact and tell you don't
Yeah.
do that. It was very like that. But he was the most amazing meditation teacher. It was just sort of you just in this. I only knew him through this, but being around him, and we would it was the most amazing meditation. And it was based very much in the Hindu philosophy. So you'd have a lot of Hindu.
That's right, because it's very connected. That's correct. There's lots of correlation between the whole idea of epochs, for example, in the previous, the so-called yugas in Hinduism. Those epochs are being widely explored by Theosophical Society, also anthroposophy.
Well,
So I have a little bit of insight into those things.
well, that's all. Well, basically, the yoga and I used to do pranayama. Do you know pranayama? It's a
No,
form of yoga. It's a form of meditation, but it's kind of breathing up one nose and out the other nostril.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. I know that because my wife is doing it sometimes.
Right. And I was very into. I have a strong belief in the Om, the power of the Om. I really, for me, there's a big, and I kind of compare that to Christianity. The first was the Word, and the Word was God.
Of course. In
But
Vedic
the word-
writing,
Yeah.
in Vedic writings, the word, it was something. These are marvelous subjects. So we can explore that.
It's
I
all
find
the primordial sound.
and it became matter. So
Yeah.
the God, and then as they went farther out, it then hardened and became matter throughout. So I find those combinations with those comparisons of the similarities between the word. I find it very, very
To add another layer to it, it also it also correlates with scientific understanding, where they say everything is vibration of
I believe that. I
energy.
believe frequency.
And what is the sound?
Yeah.
Sound is essentially a vibration of that
Yeah.
energy traveling. So
I do.
So many layers.
Yeah, I do believe. Everything for the most part is is on frequency. I do believe most things on frequency. I believe that the lower self is obviously a lower so you're having two frequencies working within you at the same time. I'm kind of going off in the thing. I believe it's kind of God and the devil. It's where I'm at the moment. I always say to people, don't hold on to your truth so tightly that new information can't reach you. Now you'll find within, Islam and Muslims are a classic example of this, where they'll say, we're on the truth. They use that phrase a lot, we're on the truth, and which means automatically we're superior. And
we're right, everyone else is wrong.
I realize you're actually completely far from the truth. You just don't realize that. So I kind of think my kind of thinking, and that may change with, is that it's a thing between God and the devil fighting for the soul. That a contract was signed, possibly and obviously not in pen. Whatever. I'm just kind of look. I'm still not 100% about this. I went through an awareness about something at one point, and then I became I was really on a high for a few years, all about God and in religious terms and the esoteric terms, and certain things I was doing, and then I became aware of the duality of everything, and it just plays out absolutely everywhere. We can just see it everywhere. Man, woman, day, night, and you just keep on good and evil. It's just everywhere that has the opposite, and that kind of knocked my thing off about God, or brought me down to earth. I thought it was aiming at there must be the opposite to God as well. So I'm kind of this thing now of the higher and the lower self, and that that they're both in us. And
are you aware? Are you familiar with teachings of Zoroaster?
No, that's Iran, Jacob, isn't it?
You see, Zoroaster. I have to. Do you know Cyrus from the Speaker's Corner?
What's
The Iranian guy.
Yeah, the guy who carries the flag. He's got the Zoroastrian flag. Big red one.
Is he with a curly hair?
Yeah.
Young guy, slim guy.
Not
No.
slim.
He's well
hefty.
built.
Well built.
Yeah.
Does he go by on a bicycle?
No.
He's not him. All right.
Anyway, what I'll do, I tell you why I'm saying it.
Mm.
Zoroastrian philosophy or religion, whichever way I want to put it, explore duality in the most marvelous way possible.
Right.
And I was always fascinated by the teachings of Zoroaster. Mind you, actually, it was, I think, first religion that I'm aware of that would prophesize the Messiah coming to this world in a specific way. Would say that the light will not as great will enter this world, the physical world. And so it was a sort of prophecy about the light coming into the world.
Sorry, Jay. I was just going to say, for me, it's about light and dark.
Yeah.
And I just see that it's about Christ being the light, and Islam is dark.
We're not in disagreement on this one. Let's put it this way.
I'm in disagreement. Sorry.
Well, I have, like I said, I have very good Muslim friends, and I don't, there's a guy I have coffee with quite regularly, and he's from Egypt. He's from Alexandria, and we meet, and he's a really sweet elderly man. Like I said to him, his mom is in sheltered housing, and I said, look, if you need to go to Egypt, just let me know, and I'll come in and look after your cat. Do you know what I mean? Because I thought if that's what's stopping you going and having your last moments, because you beat yourself up for the rest of your life if you don't, and he's very devout. Every time I see him, he's on the way to the mosque or coming from the mosque or running again to the mosque, and I just think, oh my God, there I see the trap, and I have, but I don't want to go into their personal faith because they're very dear to me as people, as friends. Even though they're not overly involved in my life, So I think out of a kindness, my beliefs, my care for them and my love for them has to be much more important than my beliefs. If that makes any sense. Do you see what I mean? But I still think, so I can see the light in them, and I can see they're kind people. That this is what I mean. I wouldn't want to demonize people just because they follow a particular faith and kind of, So for my personal people that I have around me, I won't have those conversations with them. I don't feel I need them because I cherish them, But it is the kind of thing. I'm kind of thinking if I get into the conversations in Speaker's Corner again, it is I get a lot of people trying to convert me. And I just want to say, look, it's really as simple as this. I don't know the text. I'm not a big person on Jesus. I know what I was taught, being brought up as a Roman Catholic, but if it's very superficial, I'd have to go and look at things to kind of really gain knowledge. So it's an indoctrination is what I have. Same the way Muslims have indoctrination, But for me, when I just think of Christ and like Jay Fu said earlier on, the life he led and everything he did and that whole path. And Jay Fu, you know about Simon, don't you? Is it Simon Sirian who carried the cross?
I don't know his name. Sorry.
Right. I tell you the reason.
At the Speaker's Corner, you mean? At the Speaker's Corner?
No. 2,000 years ago.
He's talking about some guy who carried the cross with Jesus or for
Simon, yes. It was Simon. I'm very sure it was Simon, yes.
Yeah, it said, but he wasn't one of the apostles.
No, it was Simon.
Right. Yeah, but he was just somebody that the Romans grabbed.
That's correct. Yes, he was just one person of the crowd. Yes.
Right, he was just one of the crowd. But what's the interesting thing is, because Muslims often come up with saying, but there was no witnesses. Now we know there was, but his story is particularly interesting because I think it's his sons, Alexander and Rufus, are mentioned in the Bible in either Paul or the Acts or something like that, saying, go and visit. You know about that?
Well, I read Paul thoroughly, so I would have to go.
Yeah, if you go into ChatGPT, you'll see it. So his sons is Alexander. There's two characters, Alexander and Rufus. So I just say that as a direct, when Muslims come out saying, you know, there was no witnesses, you can say about Simon carrying the cross and also his blood. You know, I don't know if they're his sons or his grandsons, but there's stories in the Bible, in the New Testament relating to that, about telling certain people to go and visit them in relation to something. So it's just an extra little bit of a thing that I found that I can bring to the discussion with Muslims. No, but for me, it's just more. I think I come, JP, much more from the esoteric with everything I do.
Yeah.
You know, and I think for me, I personally think especially now with everything that's going on, is that there has to be a shift of consciousness.
Yes, I agree with you on this.
You know what I mean? And that will only come from an understanding of the esoteric. You know what I mean?
That is correct. That is correct. You're absolutely right.
You know,
Only. You see, you said something very important, which I was trying to say to people at when I spoke with those people at Big Nose. You know, when I would speak with the Muslims, I would always try to tell them that the light has to come from within.
Yeah.
It's not that the light that is coming from the outside and wants to find itself at home within you. The light, the direction of the light is from the inside out.
100%.
And I think, and you see, that requires esoteric awareness and knowledge.
I would just say, Jay, on that, I think a lot of those kind of awareness will come from a traumatic experience.
Often does, yeah.
And I'll tell you why. Why I say that. And it's I won't say go into the details now, but it is relating to my own personal experiences that kind of switched me completely full circle in a journey. I think we all, when we go through our lives on a day-to-day basis, I'm going to go back up to my table now because I was just charging my battery because my battery was dying on my laptop, so I can go back and smoke a cigarette now because I couldn't do both because I don't smoke in my living room. So what I was going to say was, I don't know if you guys can relate to this, but something I became aware of, would be the best way of saying this, was that when we go through our day-to-day lives, you know, and with everything we do, with our personal relationships and families and how we interact with people, we're very much kind of on a superficial level in how we're interacting with the world. We're not, obviously we wouldn't be able to couldn't be in a very deep, heavily emotional state all the time going through the day. It would just be very hard to kind of live like that. But I think that when you have a trauma and you think what is going on, especially if you're left feeling very, very vulnerable from the trauma, you then think, you know, especially say, for example, if you go through a life-changing thing that changes how you look, for example, changes your physical appearance. When you go through, so what happens is when you go through a trauma, something that really shakes you at your very core, and you just feel powerless and you don't know how to deal with it, you go into a deeper level within yourself, within your psyche, to try and find answers. Yeah. And I think within that, what happens is, in that trauma, I think there's a Pandora's box, Jay, yeah, within us already there that we can access, but we won't normally access it accidentally.
Yeah.
And I think when we go into that, when we have something very, very traumatic, you'd often hear when people use that phrase, life-changing experience. You know?
Yes.
It usually means I've had a traumatic experience and now I'm a different person.
I've overcome it. Yeah.
And I've come up with a completely. I mean, and I think you hear it a lot in people who've had NDEs. I find NDEs very, very interesting. There's something going on in relation to NDEs at the moment. There's somebody spamming.
I think something you just said a second ago relates to this perfectly. What was left in Pandora's box?
I haven't the clue.
So Pandora's box open.
You have to tell me. I know it's something like when you're saying, "Oh, he's opened Pandora's box."
Yeah.
Now what have we got in there?
You opened Pandora's box, and all the evils of the world came out, and the only thing that was left at the bottom of the box was hope.
Was Pandora like a fairy figure? I have a vague memory from a child.
It's Greek mythology.
Yeah, it's Greek mythology.
Is it like a little winged fairy? Is that Pandora? It's like was it supposed to be represent a figure? I know it's a metaphysical or it's telling a story, but who was Pandora? Was she a god?
She was. I'll read it here.
I have a vague memory of seeing something.
Pandora's box is a Greek mythological artifact and metaphor for something that brings misfortune, but also contains hope. The myth is in Hesiod's works and days. Zeus gave Pandora, the first woman on earth, a beautiful box and told her not to open it. However, Pandora opened the box out of curiosity, releasing curses upon mankind that included disease, violence, greed, death. Zeus secretly added hope to the box, but it was left behind when Pandora closed the lid. So essentially, it's kind of like the Adam and Eve story.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. It sounds like the apple, doesn't it? Yeah.
But hope was the last thing that was in Pandora's box, and that is the only thing that can now bring everything back into Pandora's box. Bring all those curses, bring all the disease and death in the world.
What makes you think that the role of the hope is to bring things back, meaning bring the evil back?
Hope is the light. I see hope as light. It's the light at the end.
I understand, but what makes? No, okay, I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. What makes you think that the role of hope is to bring the evil back to the box?
I see that actually. Because once you've opened it, you weren't aware it was there. Now it's about dealing with it. Why would you want to push it back?
Exactly.
Press it back in again. Yeah.
Okay, it's not about. I don't think it's like just about containing it. It's just about understanding where it is as it is, but it's the hope that it returns to. Because once everything returns back to Pandora's box, it then closes, and then I think that would be essentially the new epoch. So you know how like you were talking about the epoch?
No, I think that wouldn't work, and I think Jay's going to say the same thing.
Go for
it. Demand.
Do you mind if I say something about it?
But I see where Jay, because I think once you've opened it up, I think it's about, all right, now we have this, let's work and heal this, and but we don't want to get rid of something that's just shown.
Damien, you're on the right track. I have to. Perhaps Damien is right. But in my view, if that would go back to the box, there'll be no need for the following epoch, because everything will remain how it was before the event. In my view, we're here to transform evil. The key word is to transform.
It's transform. I think it's a transformational thing to go through. You have to
for sure. It's 100% agree. Transformational, but I'll just elaborate a little bit more. So Pandora closed the box and left hope inside. Hope was trapped inside while the curse and the disease were in the world.
Right. Okay.
That Pandora's box is within us. It's the heart, and we need to break open the heart and let that light that you guys were talking about from within shine into the world. When the light shines into the world, it eliminates the darkness, it eliminates the shadows.
Totally agree with that. Yeah.
And at that point, because you've already opened the box and you've already limited the shadows, where do the shadows return? Back to the box, and then they get closed up, and then essentially,
I would agree.
It's just a working theory I've had for a few years.
I think it's exciting, Jay, and the man about this kind of stuff. Like I said, I haven't seen any of this before. But exploring all this stuff together and throwing, and kind of that's the exciting part of it. And we're kind of saying, oh God, Yeah, we may. I'm sure we'll come out with things and learn stuff that I think, God, that we didn't know that, but that makes sense. I always say to people, when you know something, right? This is my little thing. And I say to people, when somebody says that makes sense to me, I know that, and I say it's because you already know it.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So do you get me? So when you
Totally agree.
relearning, you're relearning what you already.
You're relearning what you've already been given, and I try to have this conversation with Muslims, because I always say to, not always, I say to Muslims, what are you first? This is a big thing on me. Are you Muslim first, or are you human being first?
Mm-hmm.
And if they say to me they're Muslim first, I really I get my shackles up. I say, why would you reject God? Why would you reject who God made you? God made you as a human being. And it really annoys me when people convert and they change their name. I have to say, Marion, why would you reject your parents? All the thoughts that they've gone into giving your name and you reject it. I have a big issue with that kind of people. You can be Muslim and you have your beliefs, fine. But don't change all your identity to go into it. Your clothing, your name, etc., etc., etc. Because there's other people involved. If your parents are Catholic, etc., etc., etc. So I say, why change? God made you a human being. I believe that when God, I don't know what you think, Jay, about this, but in the scripture about I made you in our image. I believe that's referring to the soul. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Also, there's an amazing saying. This is the saying of Jesus. What do you wash the outside of the cup? Don't you know that whoever made outside also made inside?
Right. Okay.
And I think the idea about being self-conscious and trying to make it some clothing to manifest your own religion, all this madness, it's just with this one sentence that just makes it disappear.
Yeah.
Because
Sorry, I was just going to elaborate. As you said, people put on the garments. They're like, "Oh, look how holy I am." It's like, well, you put on all these
that's
nice
really
things,
funny.
made the outside look very pretty, but have you done the internal work? Have you actually got to know who you are?
Do you know who I think is one of the most beautiful people, one of the most beautiful souls, and I wish I could show it to them, okay, in Speaker's Corner, is Jamal. You know Jamal? You do know him, the man. Jamal, is he a Pakistani man that wears the green thing?
Yes. They call him the Wizard of
He's the wizard, and he carries.
I think that's the one I was speaking about. He's
the older man, the really old man.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Oh no, not this one. No, not that one. Not that one. Are you talking about the one with the cane?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
No, that guy. That guy's nuts. I'm sorry. Once once I spoke with him, and I wanted to ask him. I know some things about Quran, so I wanted to challenge him on Quran. and then I realized he was just a clown. I'm sorry to say that, but he was a clown. When I asked him a question, and there was a Quran next to him near that table, the stand, whatever.
Yeah, because
he stands
next to the table with Sheikh Mohammed a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah. And he started to pound with his fist on Quran. He says, "It doesn't matter this and this, what it says in Quran." And I was looking at him, thinking, now something just hit you, because suddenly from this wise man trying to walk around like this wizard, suddenly he became quite angry, and he was hitting the Quran without any reverence towards his own book.
Well, I think you touched the nerve, obviously.
Yeah.
And in his unawareness, he did what he did. But I think on putting all that aside, Jay, I think he's 84, or 85, yeah?
Yeah.
And he used to be an electrician. That's what his career was, right? So I find the personal story very interesting. I won't share. There's some things that he told me that you know what I mean. That I have a specific affinity for him. Okay, that he told me, and I just thought, oh my God, my friend, you're sorry that you feel that way. You know what I mean? I'll be something personal about it. But when I meet him at the park, his wife, he makes up his lunch for the park. And his coffee.
Yeah, that's really nice. That's really nice. Yeah.
And he come up, and you know this, Jay. he comes up and he gives everybody dates.
Yeah,
You know,
that's correct.
so
Yeah.
there's a beauty in that man.
Yeah,
And what
I,
you know
I
what I
agree
mean?
with you on this one. Yeah, on the
And
human part, he's nice.
yeah, well, on the human level, but when I see him, I see light. Forgetting about
Mhm.
Islam and the Quran and whatever, you know, he's a Sunni now. He used to be
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right. That's right.
um, yeah, and but when I see him, I just see a light, and I say to him, and I see the same way, you know, the Messiah. He showed
Oh
me,
boy.
I know, but he showed me some very interesting videos. I'm thinking, where did you get these? I don't know. I'll have to. That's another conversation I'll have with him at some
Yeah.
time. But when I see them, when I see Jamal, the first, the man we're talking about, when I see the light, and I see that light is what God wants back next to him or her.
Mhm.
I think you know it's amazing the ego of the men, the patriarch of all religions. They just have to assume it's a male, and I'm kind of coming to this thing just recently that you know really it's the mother who carries the child for the
Mm.
9 months and then nurtures it for the first 2 years, who is the most important figure. And the man is only the seed. So I think kind of come the day, it could be, well, I believe that the energy
It
is
takes
made
two
up.
to tango. Why not mum and dad?
It takes two to
It
tango.
could be
And
mum and dad.
you know what I mean? And who doesn't love a tango? You know, I prefer banter, but there you go. But I do think that feminine, and I think we miss that feminine, we miss that feminine energy in scripture. We're not picking up on it.
Mm.
I kind of think that maybe the Holy Spirit could be. I think it's a lot of play in the Gnostic, some of the Gnostic beliefs to talk about the feminine energy and something.
Yeah.
So I think the feminine energy is very important. So I can't believe that the godly. But you know what I find really interesting with Islam? And when they go on about Tawheed and the oneness of everything, yet they believe so much in angels. Okay, now I believe in angels. I'm not saying I don't, by the way. But I just find it so interesting that they believe that there are other angelic beings in the
Yeah.
angelic, let's call it the angelic realms. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. So would it not be possible that getting stuck on this oneness, that there couldn't be other things at play? And I think, you know,
Mm.
Jesus would probably be one of those. And I struggle with the
Well,
fact that.
actually, if you don't mind, I'd like to pick up on that point.
Mm,
It, firstly, Islam appeared in probably the least educated part of the Middle East. You had Egypt to the west, which obviously had marvelous culture and history.
absolutely
Then you
brilliant.
get you had north, and you have Israel or Judea, and you have all this. Then you go east, and you have Persia
Mm.
with its marvelous history.
Which is
And so the
the
region, and the region, one of the reasons I think for such a this obsession of oneness and so on is so people who are not let's say did not have that access to knowledge, that do not go astray and remain on course. It's like
yeah,
saying, you know what I mean?
yeah,
It's perhaps this was the form of protection
mm,
for people who were not bound by esoteric knowledge, but also the knowledge as it was presented all around, but there.
mm.
I
I
think. Sorry, I was going to say
yeah, no,
oneness.
you.
Oneness, I think, is more like from my perspective because I see God as oneness as well in regards to saying that
I think it's
everything
same.
comes from God
Yeah,
and He sustains everything, and it all returns back to Him at the end of the game before we start the new game. Like
mm,
that oneness energy, not an individual person,
mm.
but the oneness, the combined essence of
Yeah,
everything
I
back in
agree
that
with that.
oneness.
Well, you
One
can say
question.
the same thing about humanity.
What do you mean?
Humanity is one.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, exactly. So it's oneness in its in its total. But yes, we do have our individual things. That's why one question I always have for Muslims though is this: is that they say that God doesn't need anything. He's the most powerful person. You can't say God needs anything. And it's like, well, then why did He need angels? Why did he need to create the world? You can't say God has no needs, because he obviously has some needs, otherwise we wouldn't be here and they wouldn't have angels to do his messaging. You know, if God is so powerful, he can send a message directly to our brains, but he has messengers as angels sent to us instead. So God gives everyone a role, is the way I see it. He's created the world, and he needs us to be. He needs us with a purpose. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
I just think the man that if Muslims believe that there's angels there, and I do believe that, and I have a personal reason for that, I'll tell you that another time. But if we believe that there's an angelic realm with angels,
Mm-hmm.
why would it be, like kind of what you're saying? Why would it not be make more sense to think that there may be something else going on? You know, and we probably could choose Jesus there. But the argument, and I always find this really interesting because the Trinity, whatever we think about the Trinity, and I know they referred to the Holy Spirit in Genesis. I think there was the Holy Spirit came over the
Yes,
water.
yes, many times, many
Yeah.
times. Also,
So
no Spirit of God. Yeah.
right. So what I kind of think is I don't understand. I get now. I've kind of lost my train of thought, but sorry, guys.
It was about angels. It was about oneness. It was about Jesus, angels, Holy Spirit.
Yeah, I don't understand what Muslims would say. There's an argument that Muslims use. I just find kind of very interesting, but I forgot what it was. But,
Again,
yeah, I know I have this kind of a thing.
it's okay. It's okay.
But they will. I'll try and think about it. They'll say something around as an explanation. Oh no, this is it. This. Thank you, God. I get really bad memory problems, and it's terrible when I know people and I see them and I know them really well, and it's like somebody just removed the memory card. It's really bad. So what they say as the reason why there can't be more than one God. Do you know where I'm going to go with this, Jay?
I'm waiting.
Right.
I'm waiting.
So what they say, I just find how they compare heaven from a human experience, from the human condition. So they say because the gods will be arguing with each other. I just find that so funny. It just makes me laugh. So I kind of get the Trinity on the level of the three separate, but there's a combined essence at work, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard somebody came up with it on EFDAO. I was going to actually say this to you earlier. I completely forgot it. This guy came onto EFDAO. They keep me on track with this point. This guy came onto EFDAO. They had him on for a long time. They were really trying to heavily convert him. He was very quiet. He wasn't kind of arguing points or anything with them. You know, he was saying what he was saying. And then at the very end, they were really full on saying, well, "What's stopping you?" You know, the usual, "What's stopping you?" Kind of. Yeah. And then he turned around and he said, "Look, it's so funny to watch this." He said, "I'm a playwright, and I won't say too much more about it." He said, "I'm a playwright." And now he'd been with them a long time. He listened to them. He discussed very respectfully. He was very letting them do their thing at him. You know, really kind of quiet. And he said, "I'm a playwright. I run a theatre company." And it was a very famous, I won't say where it is. He said, "I run a theatre company. I'm a director. So my job professionally," now they'd been originally kind of insulting him in a very underhand way, Dr. Imran, saying that he was aimless, trying to say, "Oh, your thing is the usual kind of."
Yeah. It's like, "Oh, you're aimless. You need direction. Come to us. We'll give you the right."
You know what I mean? It's the whole usual. And he said, "Now the thing is, I'm this is my profession. I'm a director. I'm a playwright. I run this theatre company. So it's my job professionally to critique text." And they cut the stream like that. It was, if you go back and you see it on EFL, his name is Karen, right? They cut the stream like that. Okay, it was literally, it was more Abbas. He was like, "Oh God, this guy." No, it was all. Do you know what it was like when I seen it all play out? And he'd been on it about a good half an hour, 45 minutes. But the way they cut him when he said that, It was more like, oh, we've been busted.
Mhm.
Don't engage anymore. This guy, you know what I mean? He'd see through everything. It was really like that. So when they come back with it's Speaker's Corner, when they hear these arguments saying they still see through human, they're seeing, and we know the Quran basically, what they project the afterlife. Now I have my own personal experiences of the metaphysical to know that this is not the afterlife. What there is
Yeah.
in the Quran. Okay, we'll go there another time, Jay. Yeah? So basically, they're looking and thinking, they're viewing the afterlife and the gods almost in a human way, in the same sense of that they're going to have these human characteristics that they're going to be.
Hold on. In deranged way as well. Some of the hadiths are just unbelievable. Actually, that would make the stories like this. I tell you, that you would have endless erection and all this crazy stuff, and this is part of the heavenly thing.
But I think, though, Jay, in saying that, and you're actually completely on the ball in what you're saying. Yeah, they don't get the point of. I mean, they do accept the soul goes on, but they're kind of what they're not realizing. They're saying is they're accepting that the lower self part of the soul is going on with the
absolutely right. You're so right. On top of that, they validate the lowest form of oneself and trying to make it as a part of paradise.
Yeah, but you know what? When they come back and they say, when I have these conversations, and they say, well, if that's not happening, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be bored. And I try to say, it's not you that's going to be there. You know what I mean? It's not the you. It's not the you that you know that you recognize as yourself. Yes, the I will be there on a certain thing. But if you're lucky enough to do things the right way, to kind of make it there, it's the most purest. What I
exactly.
What I try to say when I get into these discussions, they're a bit difficult sometimes, and I say to people, I try to say, for example, if a man, I'm one of the Dawa guy, I say, do you have a child? Have you got children? And you say, I say, remember the first time you went to the hospital to visit your newborn baby, and I try to bring them to that feeling that they felt of holding the child for the very first time, and that purity of that feeling.
Yeah.
And then I say, now try to imagine. I mean, it's possible to imagine, but try to imagine that feeling a zillion times more.
Yeah.
That would be the awareness, and that's the level you'll be in.
Not to mention that Jesus would say that once you leave this world, you become like an angel.
Right, but what I was trying to get them to, Jay, was in that really purest high state that I've just described. Can you imagine yourself having a sexual thought?
Yeah,
I'm gonna add something because I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. I'm gonna play devil's advocate because what you're doing is you are looking at heaven from an earthly perspective, just like they are.
That's what I'm saying. They are,
No. You both are.
Because you think? Okay.
Yes.
You don't know my view yet. You don't know my view. Why do you speak for me?
Sorry,
you have just lost 3 subscribers. I'm only joking.
But the way I'm seeing this is I'm going back to the Adam and Eve story. So Adam and Eve were in heaven, and then they ate from the tree of good and evil. And at that point,
was it only Eve, or was that both?
They both ate. Eve was tempted by the snake, and then Adam ate it after Eve ate it.
By serpent, not by the snake. But go ahead.
Yeah, but serpent is also lost in translation. There's also
one man's serpent, Jay, is another man's snake. I'm kidding.
So when they were in heaven, they didn't see things as good and evil. Everything was good because God made everything good. But then when they ate from the tree of knowledge,
it was neither good. No, hold on.
Okay.
Don't be biased.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. Please.
It was neither good or bad because they had no concept of good or bad. You're speaking now from earthly point of view.
No. I'm talking about from what God says because according to the Bible, let me just find
the passage. So everything was in a state.
God made everything, and He looked down at it and He said it was good.
So yes, but
So-
God made everything, so it was good. Yes, but so that's God's view. Okay, yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So at that point, with Adam and Eve being there, and God saying, "Don't eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil," so He's saying that if you eat this fruit from this tree, you're gonna start seeing things in duality.
No,
And
it said no.
No?
It said you will die.
That's an interesting point. I never heard that said based on what I was saying earlier on about the thing of duality. That's interesting you said that.
Yeah. So that's why I say that when we're looking at heaven, we're looking at it from an earthly perspective of going good and evil, and it's going to be pure good. It's like no. In the eyes of God, everything is good because He made
Yeah,
it good.
I don't look at it. Well, none of us know at the end
No,
of
for
the
sure.
day.
No.
I'll only base my experience, what I think, what I believe, and what I would say when I say to people, and I wouldn't say here, but what I would say to people is where I'm coming from is not a belief. So when you look at most religions, they're coming from a belief. It's coming from scripture or whatever. Mine is coming from a knowing.
Through
Okay.
experience.
Through, like I said, I had these experiences. All in a very short process of time. That left me in no doubt. We go on. I'll leave it on that point. I'll explain the rest to you another time. But it left me in no doubt. So I had metaphysical experiences that left me in no doubt that we are not
Part
our
of the bigger
body.
play. Yeah.
We're not our body. That's the
Yeah.
thing, and that the body is just a vessel for the soul. And
That's correct. Yeah.
And I believe when come the day, the soul, hopefully, we'll gain our. I don't think we will ever be in the true light of God. Is my belief. But I believe if we go into the heavenly orbit, it'll be. Have you ever seen the film Contact?
Yeah.
Jodie, you have with Jodie Foster.
Jodie Foster, yeah. Seen it years ago.
Yeah, I've watched it a few times. That's my kind of thinking a little bit about where I see it. So I see the afterlife. It's a higher state of consciousness. And when you hear people talk about when they've had near-death experiences, Paul Williams, blogging theology.
I know of him, but yeah.
Do you know what I mean, Jay?
Say again, please, because I lost someone.
Paul Williams.
Paul Williams.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah.
British convert, gay Muslim.
Yeah, I'm not showing off, but I left him. I left him in a sad state. I know him well. Yeah.
He refused to talk to me.
Yeah, he's usually got the leather kind of brown leather.
Yeah. I told him that he moves. I told him about his thinking that he's moving slower than a rock. He didn't like that at all.
Well, yeah, I kind of I struggle. He kind of is not great around me, but I have my own personal gripe with him in the sense of like, how could you let somebody decide your sexuality? Do you know what I mean? It's kind of exploring the whole that to its fuller picture without going into detail here, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So you're saying that because so-and-so Muhammad is saying that you can't be gay, and I'm saying now you have to look at the ridiculousness of that. Like I say, exploring that to its final thing. So, but what I will say is, I have noticed, and it's on his channel where I noticed it first, in two quite high-profile places, is the narrative about near-death experiences coming into the Islamic narrative, which is I think that's a very positive thing.
Well, actually, you have to be quite careful on this one because I thought about it very often, what you're saying, and I thought actually there's such a state. The Jews call it Sheol, the world of the dead,
right?
And what I'm observing with not only with Islam, but actually it's in India, I saw it quite visibly too, which is that the world of the dead actually kind of like surfacing here. That let's say if you look at India, is a perfect example. It was such a vibrant place,
Have you been?
But
Jim?
now it seems like the souls are coming back. They do not want to evolve anymore. And that goes back to what you said earlier. What you said earlier, which I found, when you speak of futuristic, the higher state of consciousness, yes, that higher state of we are the ones, we have that so-called the evolving nature. We continuously evolve. So of course we are bound to reach continuously higher state of consciousness. Now, of course, technology, it could be some form of assistance, but the higher state of consciousness will not cease to continue its course. So I was listening to everything you were saying. You kind of said quite a lot of things, and I was thinking, where can I come in, and so we can reply to your points? Because I also want to go back to Daman's point about what he spoke earlier about the tree and Adam and Eve. Now, don't forget also that if we know that God is eternal, and therefore God is above time,
outside time and space,
outside time and space, also that we also know that God has foreknowledge, can foresee things. Through the prophets, the foreknowledge manifested itself on earth. And yet we have a statement in the Bible, in the Old Testament, it was in prior to the event of Great Flood, that God regretted everything that he created. So how is it possible that a deity, which was foreknowledge of things, and yet then it came to regret its own creation and brought flood upon the mankind? So again, and of course I know the answer to it. I know there's the interference from the heavenly beings who saw the daughters of men. They came down, united with them, and all that. Of course, I'm aware of it. But yeah, that also would be foreseen by the eternal deity. So this also goes back to first when you said God saw it was good. Yes, everything. I think this, of course, like everyone else, we know some words in Hebrew. But the thing is, was it good, or what was created had a holy element in it? And what makes something good is the holiness of things, the state of holiness. Now that's totally different, and I tell you why. Because the holiness never ceased to exist. Therefore, if the act of destruction of unholy would take place, like with the Great Flood, the holiness would still prevail and continue to a new epoch, which is let's say from symbol of Noah to what we're living in now. So this holiness still is the one that will always prevail, which is embedded in the New Testament through Christ, saying, "This earth and this heaven will pass away, but my words will never pass away." So you see, so now going back to the Garden of the original state of Adam and Eve, I suggest to look at it that they were in a state of holiness, and the state of holiness, of course, holds also purity. And what has caused this?
That's the where you're going to trip yourself, because you're saying that once something's holy, it cannot be unholy, and it can't. So they actually fell from grace. So if
wait, let me finish. Go
for it. Sorry.
That holiness must be in a state of purity, and if something becomes impure,
it loses its holiness.
That's where there's a separation taking place. So impurity enter the physical world, and that's where that's when let's say I can employ my logic to think, to separate the holiness from the impurity. If you think about our nature, let's not even look at Adam and Eve. All of us, from one point of view, we contain the element of holiness, and yet we all also contain the element of impurity. Right? You cannot, and of course, and you want to tell me that it's we all, whoever's experienced of us, we know that is the impurity that caused our downfall, our personal downfall, our fall on an absolutely personal level was caused by impurity.
Impure thoughts.
Yeah, impure thoughts. Of course, you're right. They're beginning, but then those thoughts that give rise to action.
But Jay, isn't that where we kind of, when you think that in life, it's this constant conflict between the higher and the lower within us.
Oh, you're totally right. This was also explored between the higher self and the lower self. Yeah.
And when we pray, or do acts of do deeds that are, for the better of somebody else, that are unselfish. We do unselfish things through awareness, right? Our prayer and others, those kind of things. We're putting our toe a little bit. It's the higher self at work. And we're putting our toe a little bit into the heavenly realms, so to speak, kind of, for example. And then the lower self is when we give into to that lower stuff, where we know what the lower stuff is.
Of course, we all do.
Yeah. So it's the conflict between the two, and I kind of, at the moment, I kind of feel that God wants you to come home.
Yeah.
But the devil wants you also, right? So it's the battle of the two within us, and I think.
Sorry, go for it.
I think the soul, I think, Jay, you might be referring to this, that the divine that's in us, in all of us, is the soul. And hold
on. You see, this is where I kind of leave Christian brothers a little bit behind. Not behind. That's not the right word. You see, to me, soul also passes away. For example.
Do you believe that?
Yes, my parents in this lifetime. It doesn't mean that they were my parents throughout my whole existence.
No,
they happen to be. Yeah. And yet, it is the soul that responds to them. It is the soul that let's say looks at my own children and wants to give them advice and guidance and so on. But I think the soul eventually goes into that state of nirvana, meaning disappearance. That is no longer, it's not something that will, it's not just a body, soul, and spirit. In my view, we have several parts to our existence, being the astral body, etheric body, the soul, the spirit.
So we're now very into the esoteric, which is where I'm more comfortable, if that makes any sense. And in the audio, because I'm not very good on the religious, the scriptures,
the biblical texts.
But what Jay is saying is, I would kind of go down that road. So you mean you're talking about the Atma, when the soul has done all its journeys through existence,
and it's no longer necessary. You see, the spirit still remains.
And is this why you're saying? Sorry, is this why you're saying that earlier you were talking about the dead bodies? You were saying something about.
Man, you are in tune. I can tell you're in tune. Yes, that's correct. So in my view, that some spirit, or the human spirit, wants to retain the soul and comes back to earth, and that's what I'm seeing. For example, in India. So in India, the whole process of reincarnation, it became stale. Therefore, in my view, the soul, which is free of death, goes through all the stages, including the state of what is described as nirvana, meaning complete disappearance. And yet, through
the consciousness finishes.
Exactly. Right. And then what happens? And then we arise again like Phoenix. Right. And because the holiness, it never ceased to exist. Now it's totally and when I look at it, say when I traveled with India, I could see so many souls that it was so obvious that old souls, they do not want to leave that place. And in the same when I look at in the Islamic world, They continuously they almost look like they look like almost like I don't this forgive me, I don't mean it in a rude way by no means, because many of them are very beautiful, almost like zombie. They just come back from the dead to be again in a physical form, but they do not go through the process of the full the process of what you were saying, Damien, going to God. You know that. Yeah.
Are you referring to Varanasi when you say you see that? Were you in Varanasi, Jay?
Say again, please.
Were you in Varanasi? Did you say you were in India?
Yeah, I was in India. Yeah.
Were you in Varanasi? Because when you were describing that, it's just Varanasi that would be the place, the image that would come into my mind. Do you know Varanasi?
I traveled across India for 3 months. I'm in so many places. I tell you now.
Yeah, he's
I would
probably
not
been
take.
there, but doesn't remember.
But Varanasi is on the Ganges. It's in northern India. I think.
Is it the Pink Sea?
No. Did you say pink?
Yeah.
No, it's the town after Rishikesh. So Rishikesh is, you can't get into the water in Varanasi because there's so many toxins there.
Oh, okay.
And it's where they burn all the bodies on the fires, and then you see whatever floating around the water, yeah. And then Rishikesh is the town or before where you can go in the water. So it's where the Himalayas, the stream starts from the Himalayas, and the water is very.
I've
clean.
been to the Indian side of Himalayas. I've been there. Yeah.
But Varanasi, people believe in Hindu culture, in Hindu philosophy, that Varanasi is a portal between this world and the next world.
Yeah.
So people, when they're getting ready to die, or they believe it's close to their time of passing, they go to Varanasi, and you see them sitting in these black boxes all around the lanes of Varanasi, and dressed in black. Yeah, have you ever seen that?
Just waiting to
No.
die.
Just waiting to die. Yeah,
Wow, that's morbid.
they're in these cubes, and they'll be sitting there, and they'll have one packet of cigarettes, and they'll be selling individual cigarettes, and they'll just be sat in these black box cubes with no back or front. See them, and just sat there. So Varanasi is the holiest city in India, and they believe the Ganges in Varanasi is the holy river, the holy river. And the Sanskrit, which is Sanskrit is the first language. Yeah. So that's just up the river. That college, the Sanskrit college. So Varanasi is very historically is very and spiritually is very 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 rich in what's going on there. So I spent a month there. I'll tell you a funny story. Before I went there, I had a dream, not like Martin Luther King. Before I went there, I had a dream, right? Very, 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 like a few days before I went. And when I went, and then I checked into the hotel, and I looked out of the window, I seen my dream on the balcony down the road, from the hotel room. And it was a woman on a chair on a bench, an elderly woman who obviously wasn't very well. And there was a woman and a man massaging her legs. And the minute I thought I dreamt that. I've had that dream of that scene. It's somewhere on that route up to that place. So Varanasi is amazing. There's monkeys everywhere. You got to close your windows because they jump in and into the rooms and nick everything. Yeah. But so no, in India's. I think it's good to have esoteric knowledge, and I think when you don't have any esoteric knowledge or awareness, and you only get stuck. Now, I don't know a lot about scripture. I probably know more about the Islamic scripture than I do know about Christian scripture. But I think, kind of going back to what I was saying earlier on about we were talking about the Pandora's box and having a trauma, and then you tap into something that wakens up something in you that would have laid dormant, probably
had you not opened
it. Do you know what I mean? If you weren't forced into that. And I think within that, once that opens, something else happens. You've opened it, So
The light from within starts shining
the
on
light,
the other aspects that you need to work on.
yeah, that, and you just start to see, you just start to see the world through a different lens. Your whole, everything you see just changes. I'd say, well, I would put it, you become a fuller person. For the most part, I would say it like that. But you just become a more truer person, or I don't know what the phrase I would use, but you just become more connected with you get clarity. You get a clarity of thought.
Yeah.
Is how I would look at it.
I used to say that most people are in autopilot mode.
Well, that's what I
It's
was
when
trying
you
to.
wake up.
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to explain earlier, the man, when I was saying about how we go along at a certain superficial level.
Yes, I was going to mention it then, but I didn't get a chance. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So because it would be too emotional for us to go from a very deep emotional place constantly in our interactions. So we are on autopilot, and that's really about protection of ourselves and the psyche, just going through our day-to-day, things. It protects us. But I think once you go into that, open up, once that other part opens, it's a very wonderful thing. It's not without its issues. Because obviously you're looking at things from a very different perspective than other people, and a lot of people, they just won't get you.
But I tell you what's amazing about it. You don't need to have PhD, masters, and yet you contain that knowledge within. And people who are absolutely just plain people can actually reveal some marvelous, marvelous concepts. That's why I found them most amazing.
But Jay, in saying that, when I was in India, I'm sure you'd have noticed some of this. When you see the people who have very little, is where you see the most light.
That's right.
Yeah. And the more you go up the ladder, yeah.
India is extreme, and they definitely. I know exactly what you mean. The more money they have, they just become. Yeah.
You get my point. So the more.
Of course.
Right. So they close down. They become fearful, like with wealthy people anywhere, and they worry.
I was going to say it's the right wing and the left wing, isn't it? As soon as you become rich and go towards the left wing, you start getting more closed off. No, we don't want to.
You lose the connection.
Yeah.
And that's really the point I'm making, is you lose that connection. I call it the God connection, but yeah, you lose that connection. I think when you're really vulnerable, I think you're more open to, when you have nothing to lose on a material level, it's when you're more connected. Okay. And the more you go up the ladder, what we were just saying, and you see people who are, I see this thing, you see, when you open up like that, you start to see things, and they just blow you away. I was in Delhi, and from my hotel window, there was a man outside with a stall selling tea or fruit, some whatever everyday street thing he was selling, And this man came along, and I don't know if he had leprosy or he was very disabled anyway. And as he walked along, this man who was selling his chai or whatever, who also had very little, this is where the beauty is, So this man had very little, but he recognized this man who had nothing and was struggling, and just said to him, "Here's a chair, my friend, sit down." But
the simplest thing, but it makes a massive difference.
That's those kind of very simple things. But when you move up the ladder of material things that you have, people shut off to that, and they're like, "No, sorry, I don't want. Please go away. No." They become very fearful, and they lose that connection to the higher whatever. I see that everywhere. I see that everywhere I go, for the most part. And usually the people who have nothing are the people who have most to give.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And when
I tell you something interesting. So my son was 10 years old, and he was growing up in California in a beautiful place called La Jolla, which is north of San Diego. And I realized, no, my son has to be, he cannot be raised as some kind of idiot. Let's put it this way. I said, "Come on, I'll show you the world." So for about 9 months, we traveled the world, just me and him. And so when we went to India, we I refuse to embark on any first class trains or buses. We would take local buses to be with the real people. And those local buses would take hours just to make 50, 60 kilometers. And because we were not on clock, it didn't matter. And we were meeting absolutely amazing people. We ended up in a holy Sikh place somewhere in the north, which was stunning. 3 a.m. we ending up there, and and actually at the Sikh temple they gave us shelter, they gave us a room for free, food in the morning. Sure, we put the orange thing over our heads. What do we care? Of course, we did it with. Yeah, but what I was saying is not being pressed by a clock. Oh, I have to be there on this time. No such thing. We're just traveling, and it was just absolutely amazing. And that's how you meet real people. You will never meet nice people. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just adding to that. It's how you enjoy the moments as well. You can't enjoy the moment if you're constantly looking at the watch, like you said. You can actually immerse yourself.
I think your guard is down, Damon. I think your guard just comes down because basically, on for the reason Jay is saying, but I think your guard just comes down, and I think especially with India. India is such a fabric, and I think you just blend into the fabric, And it is. I got a train. No, I got a taxi from Delhi to the Taj. No, not from to Rishikesh. It should have taken 3 hours. It took 12. I think. No, maybe it may have been 9. I'm not sure. But kind of going back to what Jay said, we stopped on the highway loads of times into these food places. They're called adobas or something like that. Anyway, so there are these kind of food places on the highway for truckers. Adaba. Is it adoba? Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically a box. It's adaba just means box. So
they're basically these food places, and what you met mostly on the highway was mostly Muslim truck drivers, and they had these kind of bed friends that they'd all sit on as a seat, and they'd be sitting having their food, and I had lovely food, but I think. One thing I noticed that stuck with me in India was whenever I put myself, and I think this is what Jay is kind of alluding to, whenever I put myself into a comfort situation, of trying to be comfortable and having everything in easy, I found it much harder to come outside that and to interact with what was going on.
That's right. Yeah.
So it was always like, Demi, don't lock away, just. Because otherwise you're really going to struggle when you come out. Everything is going to seem like it's an attack on you. Whereas when you stay in that energy, by staying in a cheap room or whatever, it'll just be a lot easier,
Yeah.
Did you go to Goa, Jay?
Of course.
You're right.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't. Have you been, Daman, have you been to India?
I've been to India, but I've not been to Goa. No.
Right.
I went to India back when I was a kid. Parents kind of dragged me along for like weddings and stuff like that.
So where's your origins from?
Sorry?
Where's your origins from, Daman? Are you from Gujarat?
Punjab.
Punjab. Okay.
Yeah. So Sikhs, Sikh heritage.
You told me this actually when you were filming that time by the fence. Remember?
Yeah. That was a good combo.
Yeah. I don't even know if I knew Nose at that time. Funnily enough. But
sorry.
I don't even know if I was aware of Nose at that time.
Oh no! You definitely knew Nose because I think he was the one I saw you talking to him first, and then I was like, I'll ask you some questions afterwards. But I'm
just waiting for some money, and if I get it, I was looking at Egypt, just accommodation the other day. And I'll take a month off somewhere. And I just typed in.
Sorry, Damien, I missed most of that. You kind of.
Yeah, it cut off.
Did it?
It cut off. It paused.
Oh, sorry.
So you said you're looking at Egypt.
Yeah, so I looked at Egypt, and I just typed in 30 days. 30 nights for accommodations in this accommodation website, and I just seen the most ridiculous cheap deals. So basically, the first one that caught my eye, and then when I explored it a bit more, I thought, I can really have a quite a decent. I've been to Egypt before, I've been to Luxor. But there was a place, it looked lovely, in a guest house in Luxor for £177 with no extra charges for 30 nights. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how cheap it is. Yeah, when near the Red Sea.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, so it would be
Yeah,
somewhere. It would be
yeah, I've
Luxor.
been there. I've been there. It's quite nice.
So
I tell you a funny story about it. So again, I was there with my son, and my life is quite colorful. So at some point in my life, I spent 6 months in Hawaii, just living by the beach, and I've learned from the native Hawaiians how to spearfish.
Oh, cool.
So instead of using they have this funny trident-looking like thing, and you just go on the water and just spear it. So when I went to Egypt in the Red Sea, you're not allowed to fish, and there are signs: no throwing net, no spear guns, and no fishing rod. But the police was watching. I was told by the people that the police was using binoculars, and they're like, "What the hell this guy's using to spear the fish?" Because that was not part of the law to have a trident with a slingshot type of thing.
Yeah.
So they could not find me because I was going spearfishing. So they just left. They didn't bother me.
It's not a spear gun, it's a hand spear. Yeah.
Yeah. But it works like a slingshot.
Yeah.
So it was perfect.
You kind of do that, and it kind of like.
No. You just hold it to your elbow. That's it.
Yeah, that one. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
It's like an elastic band that you go. Pow.
Yeah.
How long did that take you to learn? Because I want to do that. That looks like cool.
Oh, no, it won't take you long. After like a few days, you'll be able to spearfish. Yeah.
Sweet. And you did that with a snorkel or something, or? Yeah,
you just take snorkel, and after a while, you get so excited about seeing a big fish that you forget. Sometimes I would drop. I'm serious. I would drop about 50, 60 meters down on one breath just to spearfish and come back on one breath. And that takes some time.
Sorry,
but because of the excitement, you don't think about it.
No, in the moment.
You go into the water with the spear.
Yeah.
So you go 50 feet down in the water and then...
Not 50 feet, 50 meters.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were sitting upside and throwing the spear.
No.
I'll find a quick video for you.
It's called free diving. It's called free diving.
Right. There's a place.
And I would grab the rocks. So, like say in Hawaii, there's this continental shelf that just drops about like half a mile of the coast. There's this drop, and then all I was doing was just grab to the rocks and you pull yourself down. And in those, in the niche, there are plenty of cracks and holes, and some beautiful fish, big fish. We were never hungry. Every day I would bring some fish.
Where did you go in Goa? Where did you? What was your? Where was your base in Goa when you were staying in Goa?
Kerala. It was Goa and Kerala. When I was in Goa, because Kerala is south a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So in Goa, I would have to look, but a funny thing happened. Oh, that was so scary. I went out to the sea for spearfishing. My son I left him behind, and I caught really nice fish. That when I came out, I was surrounded by people, and they offered me like 200 rupees for it and so on. But ultimately, exchange for a nice T-shirt and a few CDs from some shopkeeper. But anyway, what was the place? I will have to. Next time we talk, I'll show it to you. It's one of those popular places, that people go. Just rent one of those little huts.
Goa is lovely, no?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Here's a bit of spearfishing for you, just so you can see.
Becoming my favorite fishing tool. I love doing this.
He's got a little trident-looking thing.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And then it's got
poor fish.
Yeah.
I love doing this. Like if you love this video.
So obviously AI voice, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a small fish. That's a small fish.
Yeah, small fish. Yeah. Well, you catch big ones then, yeah?
Yeah.
Of course, 50 meters down, you'd get really big ones down there.
Do you know, I seen a story the other day, last week, kind of going off topic a bit, but it really was a shocker in the sense of the AI, the whole AI thing. And what it was a 77-year-old British woman. Yeah.
Hmm.
You know, we know about all the scams. We've heard all the different scams and how people got scammed, etc. This was a 77-year-old British woman, and she started off a friendship with this other woman, a younger woman. And basically, this woman said she was working on a rig, an oil rig, I think, something like that. Anyway. And the elderly woman said she's gay. The elderly woman's gay, and she basically says, "I need to see your face before we continue, you know, because I'm aware of all the scams. So I need to actually see you. I don't want to get, you know, drawn in." And the woman sent her a video of saying, "Hi, Jane. Hope you're well. Here's where I am." Blah, blah, blah. It was complete fake video.
Mhm.
It was AI. This woman never existed. And I was watching somebody like who knows, like explaining to the BBC presenter the different things about the throat and different things, how they could tell it was an AI. But I think when we get to the point of AI that we don't even know that the person in the who's talking to us is real, that's very scary.
Yeah.
No,
I think.
super scary. AI is super insane at the moment. I typically don't like to use it because I find that the more we rely on AI, it's like the more our brain turns to mush because we're not using our own noggin, we're using the computer.
Well, yeah, but Devin, the thing is, we have to question everything. This is the problem with AI. Yeah. So I watched a lot of stuff about, you know, all this drones in America, in New Jersey. Yeah. So I've been looking at a lot of that, and you know, I mean, some of the visuals are absolutely amazing. But
Yeah.
you hear the guy. There's a guy called Casper Sight. He's British. He's got nearly 1 million subs on his channel. He's very, very down to earth, just very, you know, and he just gets brilliant stuff. And he goes right into it. But he actually is saying, "I think this is AI. I think this might be AI." But I think when you get to have that conversation, that narrative, that's how you're communicating, saying, "I think this is AI." I just think it's a bit worrying. That means we've moved into somewhere new, something completely new, and we have to completely question everything. I just think it's a bit worrying and sad. You
Yeah.
know, so,
I was wondering, maybe somebody wants to join. Is there anyone that wants to join? Is there anyone? Anyway, I mean, I have no idea. I'm just thinking maybe somebody wants to come up and join and have a nice, relaxing time.
We had New G here earlier. We had Hafsi's Banksy
Francis
earlier.
was on here, wasn't
Yeah, but he said he'll be right back and never came back. He probably got busy. Francis Bull was around.
he? He said that's not me in the chat. I wasn't sure about that. At one point, it looked at it said, I'm sure it said that's not me in the chat. I hope you guys are well.
Yes, yeah. No, he did say that. Oh, no, that was Francis Bull. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, what would he mean? That's not me.
That's your name.
Eh?
If you look on your screen, your name on there is "It's not me" on the chat.
No, but didn't Francis Boo say that?
No, he did, but he was speaking to you because your name on the screen is "It's not me" on the chat.
Oh,
you got it. Yeah?
Sorry, right? Okay. Do you know where that comes from? Actually, I'll tell you the story. Yeah, this was me about a month, 2 months ago. They were slagging me off, basically. You know, I'd already been banned for the longest time, and every time somebody came in with a new name, and he was suspicious, he'd say, "That's Damien. I know that's Damien." And at one point, I just thought, "Oh, I'm not having this. You just you're taking my name in vain." So I went in on the live stream, and he goes, "Get up. Take it." You know, he said, "Join, take a membership." And that's where I put that link in. I changed my name to put in "That's not me" in the chat for him to think he might read that to try and get the message. That's not me that you're talking about in the chat, and you know, somebody else. So. All right. Sorry, I was a bit confused by that. Also, Francis popped up.
Yeah. I haven't seen him in a while.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, I've seen a few of his videos. He did. Did you see the video where he was speaking from a car on a hill?
Yes, yeah. Well, he walked up the hill, I think. Oh yeah, maybe he was in a car.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw that one.
When I seen that, initially I had a bit of a panic.
What?
Dude, because it looked, and it was when a car went behind him,
Yeah.
and I could see it was at quite it wasn't that low down. I thought, oh no, it's okay. Do you know what I
Oh,
mean? It was all misty. Do you remember there was all the fog,
Yeah.
and he's standing there talking about his situation, and I thought, Francis, you're not going to. It's not one of these videos where you're going to top yourself. You know, Francis,
I had hope. I had hope. He was talking about his struggles, but
yeah.
From my perspective, I was like, okay, good. He's in nature. That's exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, yeah, no, 100%. Yeah,
He
yeah.
doesn't need negative energy around him. He doesn't need the hustle and bustle of the BS
Mm.
London. Get away, get back to his thoughts, and I was like, yeah, that's good. And he's
Yeah.
actually able to, like we were talking earlier, vent a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
And I thought, yeah, that I personally, I don't have any issues with that video. I'm not gonna lie, I did at one point think that he was taking too many steps backwards. And I was like,
That's what I mean. I was a bit. I thought, oh, go
don't go backwards.
I was a bit just to set the scene. Do you know what we mean, Jay, when we're talking about Francis?
Do you know Francis J?
I don't know.
Francis Bull from Speaker's Corner.
Ex-Muslim, ex-Pakistani.
Oh yeah, of course I know him. Of course, yeah.
Very, very dapper, with the goatee beard and.
Yeah. I know him well. Yeah.
Cool. I think I'm gonna end the stream here. We'll be going on for about 4 hours, unless you guys.
Very nice.
Is it really? My battery is going again.
Yeah, I was just seeing. I just saw the time is coming. It's that 4 minutes to 12, and I thought, okay, I don't know if you guys want to do an all-nighter. We can.
No,
not this time. Not this time.
You sure?
What's saying, Jay? Don't do all your thing in one go. What's that saying? What there's a saying about
don't put your eggs
having
in
it and eating it too.
Well, there's that, yeah. But there's something, or don't plant all your seeds in the same place, or something like that. We're really basically saying, don't express all your energy.
Put all eggs in one basket.
Don't put your eggs in one basket. Or as I was saying to the man earlier on, when he was, what did you say about egg and spoon race?
Egg and spoon race, yeah. I've got no egg and spoon in this race.
Yeah. There's no skin. I think the saying that I recognize is I don't have skin in the game. But
that was the one I was trying to get to. I couldn't get to it.
Yeah.
You know?
But for the next talk, I would really like to maybe go not super heavy, but it would be nice to have a real discussion, well focused.
Yeah, absolutely. On the esoteric.
Yeah.
We'll
go free will for the next one.
Yeah, I don't see any discussions on the esoteric, and
that's why I think I think the man is a perfect man for it.
Yeah.
To facilitate that.
Yeah. No, I think.
Facilitate, yes.
Yeah. No, I agree. No, I think it would be a good. It would be a good place to explore some stuff, because like I think we'll all have personal stuff that we might be able to share and kind of that
missing puzzle pieces.
I'm not trying to sound egotistical or anything. I just think it's a little bit next level. Do you get me?
Yeah, I support that idea entirely. Yep, I'm fully behind that.
I think every other thing has been done to the thing, and I just think we need to kind of move on to a much not a much higher thing, but we need to just up the level and just say, right, let's get into what's really important, because I don't believe come the day that we're going to be judged on our belief.
No, I'm not going to be judged on how much scripture you know.
Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I think the work, like you said before, the man with the light, it's the light within. We need to work with that. I think we have been given that, through different ways. But I think, yeah, I think it. There's a book. I won't go into these. So there's a book for that. That story is actually very told. Is a book called. Do you know The Alchemist, Jay?
Alchemist? No,
The,
no.
the
I know
Alchemist.
Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz. If you know about
No.
esoteric matters, that I recommend that one.
Do you know Paulo Coelho,
No,
the
He's
Brazilian
amazing.
author?
He's amazing.
no.
Yeah. So he wrote a book called The Alchemist.
I've
and it's
actually
about-
done an audiobook version for my channel. I've read the entire book and I
Right.
recorded it. If anyone wanted to listen to it as an audiobook with
Okay.
my voice,
Cool.
Yeah.
which ain't that great. Sorry.
You've got a very good voice, man, actually, and Jay has as well.
And this is another good book from Paulo Coelho, Warrior of Light. The
Right.
Manual of the Warrior of Light. I really, really, really enjoyed this one. It's a bit thick, but I would highly recommend this one if you've not read any other Paulo Coelho.
Paulo Coelho is a esoteric writer, Jay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's good.
a Brazilian.
Oh,
esoteric
all right.
writer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look into
Well,
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's very famous within the spiritual kind of esoteric world. But his most famous book is about called The Alchemist, and the story of this boy trying to find riches. And it's just a very interesting thing about this. It's basically the main message is about we're all looking outside rather than looking in. That's the kind of the general message.
Mm.
Guys, I better go because my battery's going to die again. But Daman, thanks for the time, and Jay, thanks.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure speaking with you, Damien, Daman.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys coming down today.
We'll probably be all over the nose press tomorrow. over the nose times tomorrow. It'll be interesting. Anyway, we'll leave it there. We don't need to feed it.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, before you guys go, Jay's gone.
Okay.
Before you go, Damien, did you watch that video I put up? I think you did, didn't you?
Yeah, the one you did. Yeah.
Do I keep giving this energy, or do I? Because I want to
No.
make sure he does his lesson, but I don't want to.
I wouldn't feed it. No, I would. I taught it at the time. Actually, I wouldn't feed it. I kind of taught more about you when you said you were going to, like, almost like the battle to the gun, and I'm going to do all these different things to make my point.
Yeah, I really don't like doing that either. But I'm like, you know what? If it helps him grow, if this is
no, I'd let it. I think you've done your one video. What I would even do is I'd probably just do the one video. Maybe I think I've done things where I've deleted videos after a while, where I've rethought things.
Mhm.
I wouldn't engage because that's it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's the stuff. I wouldn't even engage. I just.
The thing is,
I wouldn't do any more. If you want to leave that video, I wouldn't do any
it's
more.
not so much about the engaging for me.
Yeah.
For me, it's the fact that if people come across this channel and then end up going down this negative rabbit hole,
Well,
where-
but this is kind of goes back to a lot of the things we were talking about earlier on. We're not responsible for other people, the man, you know. And like
True.
I think
we are as well, because like you said,
yeah, we are as well. Well, hopefully, maybe they might find that video, you know, in the comments that we left on it. And I think that basically he's. I think I said a lot of people get drawn in by him. I think I left a comment on the video as one of my many comments. But I wouldn't, if you get drawn into it, becoming if it becomes like a thing between you.
No. For me, it's just
It could just. I think you made your point.
It was, to be honest, it was a way for me to let off some steam. It was something.
Yeah,
funny.
I'm totally
It was
fine.
like,
No, and I think
there's no
you're,
anger in it. It's just
no, but I think you're valid. You know, look at them. We all want to be respected, and I don't think there's any excuse for any less. That's it. Basically, I don't. You know what I mean? We all have a right to be respected for a million reasons. You know, and I think if we're in that energy there on that channel is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I mean? So don't be giving fighting it with your light.
That's how you fight the darkness. You expose it with the light.
I know, but I think I could see it could become in a different thing, I think you've made the point. I'd leave it for a while. I think you do.
I still have hope he can change. It's just I think that
Yeah, but
he
you can't.
needs.
Yeah,
Do
but
you know,
you.
like when
Yeah,
you have sink standing by the swimming pool and they like want to die but they're scared.
yeah,
Sometimes you just need to push them in a little bit, and then after they've had that first experience, then they kind of can do it more naturally
yeah.
themselves.
And then they realize, oh, I can't swim. Yeah, the man. I think you. Well, it's up to you, but I think you made your point. But
I'll give it a couple of days before I think about doing
yeah,
more.
I would think. I think you've done it on a bit of an impulse because you were, you were probably thinking about it during the night from last night or whatever,
No,
and you've done
no,
it.
honestly,
Yeah,
I
but I
can
think
think so, but it's just
be,
more of a.
yeah, be careful that you don't give. It could be also food to him. Do you know what I mean? To his channel, it could turn in the opposite way as well.
When I popped on this channel earlier before I started this stream, oh look, the man's in the chat. Oh, he's such a nice guy, and
Yeah,
he's all.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Yeah, and I was just like, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But thank you so much again for joining me. I appreciate your time and energy.
So next, I don't know how you're going to do. Let's leave it for a little while because no. I think it's great that what we having this interactions that we had with James, the three of us. But let's not tie ourselves down. What happened about tonight. What tonight it just happened. It naturally happened. It naturally went there. So we kind of leave it open like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. So, are you working tomorrow, Damon?
No, I'm currently not working. I'm hopefully going to get a job in a couple of days. I've got an interview tomorrow morning, actually. Thanks for reminding me.
What for?
It's just a coach company, just driving coaches or minibus.
And you're experienced in that, yeah?
Yeah. I've got a Cat D license. So
right. Actually, I'll tell you funny story. My friend Tracy, she's just started driving as an Uber driver.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so she sold it only in the last 3 months. She sold her car. I can give you. You've got your own car?
I don't at the moment because I was actually thinking of doing Uber driving as well because I was like, it'd be great if I could do Uber driving, but I need to kind of invest in a car first in order to do Uber driving.
So she sold her car, and then she bought a new electric. I don't know if she's renting it, like from the company.
Hire purchase maybe or something.
I think over 5 years or something like that. I know she's paying £220 a week for the car, and she's got 3 months free charging from BP or whatever it is, or from Uber, but she's making 500, 400 a day. Yeah, I chat to her regularly. She's making very, very good money. And she loves it. She's a female driver. She's bringing something new to the game. Do you know what I mean?
And I can live stream from the car.
Well, what I was going to say to you, if you have a car, I can give you something else work-wise that you might find interesting.
I do have access to a car, but it's just not my car, and it's not one of these flashy ones. And I thought
it doesn't have to be flashy. But are you if you got a notification saying can you go to this place tomorrow? Can you by car? Can you do it?
I get notification saying I need to go to this place and
to do something to say the next day or a few days later for a job.
Yeah.
But you need if a car was required, would you be able to do that?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay. Well, my friend Tracy, who I was just telling you about, she's just done 3 days on the new Mission Impossible film with Tom Cruise. Yeah, and she filmed up in Derbyshire. She got £600.
Wow! I am about to drop you my number in private chat.
No, don't. No, what I'll do is I'll give you the. I'll just tell you who it is. Do you want to make it public?
Oh,
all right. Hold on. There's nobody else there. So,
I don't want.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Personal information getting out unless you're happy to share.
No. This is the biggest agency in the business. So.
Yeah. And I know the business because I used to do. I was literally just about to sign up to them. I signed up to them back in 2006.
Right.
And I did a commercial for ITV. Well, it wasn't a commercial. It was a reconstruction of a house invasion for ITV.
Right.
and then I
Okay.
did an advert for the James Bond game. But
Okay.
after that, I never did it again. But yeah, do you know what? That's a sign. That's a sign. I was
Yeah.
literally I've got it open on my tab as a
Right.
suggestion to.
They're
So
very. They're number one. They're in the background. They're number one.
yeah,
So they used to be part of another. I think I might have already told you. I think we had the conversation, the day in the park. They used to be part of a company called 2020, and then
yeah.
they split into three. So you've got Casting Collective 2020 and Mad Dog Casting.
Yes, Mad Dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just contact them and about
Yeah,
the driving thing.
no, it's all online. But if you have the drive, just having a car, well, they'll just give you more work.
Yeah.
So like Tracy, when she had to do 3 days up in Derbyshire down these mines.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and then she had to go for 2 fishings at Pinewood. So it's just if you have a car, you'll be more favoured, especially for any jobs that are having any distance to them.
As soon as you said Pinewood,
yeah.
I remembered another job I did with them. I was in Clash of the Titans. I went for that. They filmed that down here at Pinewood, so I did the costume thing there as well. Yeah,
okay. But they're very good. I only recommend them. I used to be on Hobby City. You know Hobby City?
Yeah.
Well, I was on that for 2 years.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
So are you one of the doctors in the behind the
No,
scenes?
I was a nurse. Yeah, I was only in the background. I had a few little bit extra pieces that they would say, "Oh, Damien, you can do this here and there." Small bit.
Yeah.
So I sang on a part of the scene. So I had a few but it was very good money. So I used to do 4 days a week. I'd ring up. They'd give me 16 days all in one go for the next month. So I did that for 2 months, and that was with a company called Ray Knight. Now they're the number one.
As well. Yeah,
they're the number one in the business before Casting Collective. They'd still be Ray Knight with a little bit more of a personal touch. They got like castings, send you for castings, but Casting Collective is the biggest one in the sense they do all the period feature films. So you can make a lot of money with Casting Collective.
No, for sure. Yeah, do you know what? It's a sign. It's a sign. I had it open on my tab. You've mentioned it. I'm strapped for cash, and if they're looking for work at the moment, and typically the only downside I think is usually that I'm brown, because I'm like, they typically, because with the period stuff.
No, don't think that. I mean, it's so. My friend is black.
Okay.
The girl that the Uber driver says, although I say she's from Trinidad, so she's brown, more brown. So no, there's I wouldn't think that. There's no,
not in a racist way, but in a way of if they're filming a period piece in London and everyone's walking by, typically you'd expect to see white people in 1920s England. Do you know what I mean? So they're typically cast based on what they're looking for.
I to be very honest, I think you're projecting a little bit there.
Maybe.
In the sense of that you're already decided the job. Do you see what I mean?
I think there's this other agency as well that I was looking at, and I was going. They have actually an open board.
Yeah.
But you can't apply it unless you pay them. So
don't ever do that.
Yeah, that's why I was going for Casting Collective. I just had a look at their board, because I was looking at their board, I was looking at it and I was going, okay, they're looking for a white male. Okay, they're looking for this. So because of that, I understand that. Yeah, they're trying to have continuity during the movie. So I understand that aspect. It's not.
Yeah, but don't pay any money to anybody. There's no need.
No, definitely not. No.
And the majority of agencies who are legit don't take money.
I think Casting Collective take a little fee at the end, but that's only after you've been paid.
Yeah, they take 20% off what you get paid, but they won't. Yeah. When I joined initially, you used to have to pay a book fee every year, nearly £100, but you don't think. Yeah, you don't anymore, because everything's changed in the sense of the digital thing, so they don't really do the way they used to do.
Yeah, because now I can just type in my measurements, send them a picture. Last time I had to actually go to the place.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything. It's all done over the phone.
Shepherd's Bush, and then
get measured. No, you do it all over your mobile phone.
Yeah, amazing.
You take the pictures. So that's I just said as an option anyway. And they are the best in the business. We are number one. So the man, I better go because my battery's going to die.
No, thank you again.
Yeah, it was great. It was great chatting and interesting chatting with the J Fu. So let's We'll do it when the energy brings us here again. We'll do it. That's the best thing.
That's it.
That is that. 'Cause I have to get my piano cleaned tomorrow. You know,
It must take forever to clean that room.
it really does, especially when the cleaner's off. You know, and I'll have to change. I'll have to change. It's not me on the chat. All right, lovely to catch. I'll keep an eye out for you, Deman. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Maurice, thank you again so much. I
Yeah,
appreciate you.
yeah. No worries. Lovely chatting.
You too, man. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Take
See
care.
you soon, Deman. Bye bye.
Oh, there we go. I'm back again. I don't know what just happened there. Just froze. Yeah, that was an amazing conversation. Had an amazing time chatting to the guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation. There was a lot of different topics, a lot of different things that we were chatting about. Thank you guys so much for joining. Appreciate you all. Thanks for all the likes. I did notice I had 8 likes. I never get that many likes. Thank you guys so much. Hope you guys have an amazing evening. Get some rest, and I shall see you next time. Thank you guys. Goodbye. Oh, love you. I am the dust at the feet of God's servants. Only God is special. Bye.